What's the motherfucking deal, man? Welcome to the Den. I hope everybody's doing well this evening. I am your host, Ed Honcho. Make sure I got all the sound and nonsense off. Y'all know how that goes. It is an honor, it is a privilege, and most of all, it is my pleasure to get to go live with you guys each and every night. Like I said, I'm trying to give you 30 days of Den this month. I know I missed the first, but that wasn't my fault. It was the damn text and schedule. But tonight we're going to talk about the black solution, and some of you may ask, well, what do you mean the black solution? You know, it's like, what does that mean? And what I mean by this is that constantly we always talk about black problems, black issues. This is wrong, that is wrong. This is fucked up, that's fucked up for black Americans, at least. Today, I want to get off the bullshit and get on some real shit. And what I mean by that is, let's have a discussion that matters. Let's have a discussion that it may not solve all the world's problems because all the world is not in here. Yes, I did do that to fuck with y'all a little bit. But let's do we want the clouds or do we want let's go with the stars. So the stars are always good. And so, pardon me, I got some chips in my lip. I ain't gonna lie, I was snagging on some Tostitos right before the stream. But I want to have a conversation that comes to us a solution, answers. Because the thing is that there are plenty of answers out there because plenty of people have done it. Plenty of people have found success, have found happiness, whatever the fuck it is that you feel like the problem is in life. I'm going to pinpoint the root of some of these problems, hopefully. Like I said, I'm not going to talk all stream long because I want to hear what y'all have to say. I want to hear your thoughts. And but I am going to expand on a couple of things. So first, let's see what we got joining us tonight, and then let's get into some good conversation. And we'll definitely go from there, man. So let us see who is in the mix this evening. I see Miss Brenda, Rashida, Coltrane, Empress, Lockwood, what's the motherfucking deal? Let me see. Only one, what's the motherfucking deal? Miss Shonda, Tony in the building, what's the motherfucking deal? 335 in the building, what's the motherfucking deal? El Guanaco. Dita Gab in the building, what's the motherfucking deal? Miss Grace, how are you this evening? Shout out to Miss Grace. Lovely Miss Grace. I love hearing Miss Grace's voice. How are you this evening, Miss K. Grace? Dakota in the building. I'm hoping to hear from Mr. Dakota this evening. John Doe, Melissa Wilson, Sweetberry. Hello, Sweetberry. If you're new, guard your nuts, because Sweetberry will steal your pistachios. And Tulio, what's the motherfucking deal? Let me make sure I get you on. You was in the early bird gang, so I'll make sure I got your pistachios. Let's see. Philip Villarreal, what's the motherfucking deal? Young Poppy, what's the motherfucking deal? Infinity Pimp, what's the motherfucking deal? East Side in the building. No, I'm not woke, bro. Look, by the definition, this modern definition of woke, I'm so far from woke. I'm not woke. Like whatever woke. If woke is like that black Twitter definition of woke, count me out, Jack. Miss Holly S with the best memes on Facebook. What's the motherfucking deal? Let me see. Clouds. Oh, well, I've changed it. Too late now. I'll change it to clouds in a little bit. Crass and Heartless. What's the motherfucking deal? And look, Jack, hey, if I missed you, I ain't dissed you. Let's get into some good conversation, man. Because it's not about subs to me, Kenneth Cologne. Heidi, shame on you. Heidi's in the building. it may come down to that. But no, Kenneth, it's not about, look, with the sub numbers and things, man, and I've told y'all 1,000 times before, like, yeah, it makes you feel good to have these numbers and all these things. But in reality, I don't care about the sub numbers. I care about the individuals themselves. And so those of you who come through, who actually enjoy the content, those of you who, tune in every night and we actually interact, you call in, we talk, we discuss things, that matters more to me than any of the numbers on the subs and any of the count there. Come on, y'all remember when I used to, if you've been down when it was the Kush Den, y'all know it used to be 2 or 3 of us in here. And it would still be entertaining and engaging for however long it would be. So, my thing is, it's not about amassing big number. What good is having, 1 million subs if Ain't nobody really fucking with you. You don't get to know the real person. You don't really get to know that. So you just know them as a number, and that's not what it's about. It's really about having a community. It's really about having an interaction. Be for real, Broad, you in the building. What's the motherfucking deal? So let's talk about it, man. I see. You're only here for the pistachios, I see. Let's talk about a couple of things that need to be addressed. And so I want to talk about, and I didn't have time to do all the research I wanted to do. Pardon me for digging in the drawer because there's something else I want to make sure I mention. But there's a few different segments of it. And if there's some other segments that you think that I've missed when we're talking about black people and situations and where these problems lie and where we can find solutions, be sure to chime in. And again, like I say, when I open up the line, feel free to call in. And look, hey, Jack, y'all know the Den is an equal opportunity conversation. You don't have to be black to call in and have this discussion. Now, some of y'all niggas gonna be mad because somebody non-black calls in, but y'all gonna have to deal with that shit. So a couple of segments. So I want to talk about crime. I want to talk about education. I want to talk about entertainment. I want to talk about politics. I want to talk about culture and association. I want to talk about relationships/marriage. I want to talk about health. I want to talk about abortion, and I want to talk about representation. So these are all things that each in their own right, I think, play a very important factor into a lot of the problems that we see within the black community today, and the stances that are being taken on a lot of these positions. The bot's working. All right, cool. And so I think that all of these things are important. Ronald Isley, hello. You know what I'm saying? Look, I'm gonna show up in whiteface one day, and then doesn't matter what color I am. But let's talk about crime. And I was looking at some crime statistics, the FBI crime statistics. And the funny thing about this is some of y'all are gonna say, I don't give a shit. I don't trust the FBI. I don't trust the government statistics. I don't trust any of that. And that's cool. That's fine. But I want you to trust yourself when we talk about some of these things. And what I mean by that is, depending on where you're from, depending on how you grew up, depending on how you were raised, you know people who are affiliated with certain actions, certain behaviors, and certain lifestyles, right? So what I was looking at the numbers is, black people, let's be generous. Let's say we take up 15% of the population, which we're like 13. Let's just say 15 though. So it'd be easier to translate in saying that, white people are about 60% of the population. So as I'm dilly-dallying through these numbers, I'm assuming that, welcome Lamont, welcome to the Den, you're the newest friend in the Den. And so as I was looking through some of these statistics, man, and I'm looking at the numbers and I'm comparing, I'm saying, okay, well, if black people are 1/4 the size of the population of white people, then the equality, and hey, correct me if you feel like I'm wrong by making this assumption, but I'm thinking the crime rate for it to be considered about equal should be about 1/4 of that as white people, right? And so, and I'm looking at these numbers, I'm like, damn. There's certain categories where niggas is significantly greater. Now I'm gonna tell you where white people are leading at now. Alcohol-related crimes, white people took that shit and then ran with that shit. Drunkenness, it was a couple other ones. Like I said, I don't have it up. I had it on my phone earlier, and I wish, like I said, I should have took better notes, but I've been kind of out and about. And I was like, okay, well, we see the categories. It was disorderly conduct, things like that. Those numbers were kind of up there comparatively. But when you had like robberies, you have assaults, murder, more violent stuff. I'm looking at our numbers. I'm like, God damn, this is interesting, right? And let's be real. And I'm not saying, I think family violence, like white people, I think the family violence thing was up more for white people comparatively. And I got something behind that, so remind me to talk about that in a minute. But the straight up hood shit, shit. Robbing, stealing, shooting, that shit. Niggas had that shit by far. It is what it is, right? Drug-related crimes, you know what it is. Now, the funny thing about it is it's kind of tough because, I won't say it's tough because I won't even say get a little confused, but you have the Latino, Hispanic, non-Hispanic association, because generally I guess they lump it in with white, or you could be black, Hispanic, non-Hispanic. So those numbers, I'm sure they're kind of sprinkled in there somewhere. But crime, let's just be honest about it. for the percentage of the population that we are doing, niggas are doing a lot of crime. And where does most crime happen? It happens around you. And so that means we're doing a lot of this shit to ourselves. You know? And so that's when niggas always want to preach the, hey, you know, we should be doing this because we're this. And I've told y'all 1,000 times, there's some niggas out there that don't give a fuck about you. You can preach all that shit, they'll be right along with you, and as soon as they get the opportunity, they'll clip your motherfucking ass and get you for everything you got. I got some partners, I gotta tell y'all, you know, I used to be of one mannerism, and I've found my way to the other side. I still got partners who still like that, and I don't really, like I said, I ain't really rocking with them. I don't talk to a lot of people. I got partners that's good. I just don't fuck with a lot of people like that, not that much anymore. But, you know, ain't no love lost, nothing like that. But I've had friends like that, associates like that. And so I'm just looking at it, but like I was like, who are you winning on? Who are you capitalizing on? You're capitalizing on your own people. And I'm gonna touch on these things quickly because I'm sure y'all will call in and have your own views and points. And like I said, I don't want to take a whole lot of time talking because I want y'all to be able to, you know, express your views. Education. Education is on the rise for black people as far as getting higher level degrees. I think we talked about that a little bit last night when Ms. Bougie was on. Significantly, women are doing it twice as much as men. Black women are succeeding in the educational department twice as much as men. But yeah, we have the problem about, you know, Trill talked about it last night, black women talking about they can't find men who are on their level because they're making more than them and, you know, the issues with that. But at the same time, you still have that argument, the gender wage gap and all that stuff. And I think we kind of touched on debunking that a little bit last night. But here's also the thing that comes into when you talk about people like to lump. Statistics are a funny thing because there's so many games you can play with the numbers. And, you know, they talk about, well, women aren't making as much as men because of et cetera, et cetera. Well, it's a lot of it has to do with the fields that we're choosing, especially as black folks, the fields that you're choosing. Math, very mathematic fields, scientific fields. I think one of the greatest numbers as far as like anything related to that was not STEM, like computer science. The black folks were doing relatively decent getting computer science degrees, but other things like that, very small percentages, like 1%, 0.5%, 0.9%, like in those ranges. Like, and this is just talking about black degrees as themselves, not even as compared to everybody else. But since the early 2000s to this point, like I say, black people, as far as I think associates, it's over 100%. It's more than doubled. Bachelors, they get 75%, and then the upper higher level degrees, they've all grown. So that is one trend that is good. Black people are getting better into, or getting more into education. But I think the problem with that is a lot of the degrees are focused on, especially with black females, teachers in the educational field. A lot of these getting these liberal arts degrees, or degrees that may not equate to much. So yes, you're getting higher level degrees, but then you might not be finding jobs in the field that you're seeking because you're getting some irrelevant and useless degrees at the same time too. So I think that's one of the solutions to that, in my opinion, is that we have to start encouraging one another, encouraging the youth to get more interested in the sciences, in math, in fields that pay money. You know what I'm saying? Engineering, computer science, like I say, is a good way to go. So I think that's very important. Entertainment. You watch TV. You see what's on fucking TV. All that shit is trash. We talked about the music last night. We talked about 90s to 2000s female rappers, and then rappers right now. They're all trash. Basically, all female rappers right now, strippers. And I mean, that ain't even just the black ones, the white ones too. But, you know, back in the day, you had your Latifahs and Lights, and, you know, we talked about women who they just wasn't basically rapping ass strippers. That's basically what they are now. Now, don't get me wrong. I like to look. I'm going to look. But I also know that it's detrimental for the young ladies or young girls who are watching this and thinking this is what they have to do to we live in this attention-seeking generation, that this is what they have to do to get attention. I'm gonna look. They gonna get my attention. I'm gonna look for a little bit. I'm not gonna listen. I'll listen to it on mute because I don't want to hear what the motherfuckers talking about. But after a good 30, 45 seconds, I will, you know, correct myself. I shouldn't be doing this. But the entertainment is trash. Everything that's put on TV, you know, masculinity is being murdered. Being a black man is a negative. A masculine black man in today's society on television, it's a terrible thing to do. There ain't no Jameses, ain't no Rocks on TV. You know, ain't nobody representing the head of the household like that anymore. If there's a black man on television, if he is a family man at all, he's usually the clown. He's the butt of the jokes. But I think that's not even just in the black thing. But I think that's masculinity as a whole. Um, that they don't like it, but especially I think it's especially detrimental to black families because we can talk about marriage rates, which we will here in a second. We can talk about as far as the family structure, and so you have a lot of young men who are being raised by single mothers who, regardless of the situation, may be talking negatively about their father figure. The father figure just may not be in their life, and so they don't have positive representation. And we as black folks, we look to entertainment a lot. So they can go from the movies, they can go from the television, they can go from the music. What was it? We were just talking about the Harriet shit. The masculine black male, he's the bad guy in the movie. Bigger Long, right? The fucking West Coast Productions name. He's the bad guy in the movie. But we're promoting the femininity, and that's fine. I'm not against black women getting promoted, but at the same time, men need to have some type of representation, to positive representation. And that kind of segues into the representation thing. I'm gonna kind of skip over that. Politics. Politics. We talk about politics a lot, and I'm sure we'll get some calls about that tonight. I can't think of anything else that black people do in such unity, in such agreeance as vote Democrat. I don't know. You can be black and be like me. You can be like Prepaid and be like Broderick. You even talk about the idea of saying, hey, you know what? But what about what's wrong with voting Republican? You could just ask a question. You get assaulted, you get called coon, you get kicked out the family, you get you get all kind of insults hurled your way. You get disowned. And this niggas doing it to niggas for suggesting a different idea. But we've talked about this with this, 60, 70 years, same promises, same situation, you stuck in the same thing. Why is it not a solution to maybe consider looking a different way? Why is it not a solution to consider looking at a different option? I think that's important. I think that's really something that needs to be considered. I think more people are doing it today, but even the ones that are, again, they still get attacked, they get lobbied, they get called coon, they get called race traitor, and all this other stuff. And the funniest stuff is the niggas that get called race traitors from people who are not in the race. That's like people outside the race calling you a race traitor. How does that work? I don't. Anyway, that's a whole different thing. Culture, association. I've already told y'all a lot that I don't think black people have a culture, not in America. Because what do we consider the culture? The entertainment, basically. The entertainment is what we base the culture off of. The family outings, those are dwindling. People don't fuck with each other like that. Everybody on the internet. As far as habits, again, when I think that you're missing key pieces in the household, those trends, those habits, those things die out. And y'all have to forgive me. Y'all know normally I'm deep in the chat, but I'm kind of overlooking it for right now. And you know what I'm saying? So, and I'm gonna get to y'all. Like I say, because I want to make sure I run these points. Y'all know if I get a chat, we're gonna go all the way off the rail, and I want to make sure I can get these things done and get into some of these calls. And then, like I said, that what is the culture? Like, I think there may be individual pockets here and there of families who have, who have pride and who have, kept a certain way of living, have embraced a certain lifestyle. And they may have individual culture, but I think across the board, I don't think there is a real black culture. What do they tell you when Migos or somebody, do it for the culture? What's the fucking culture? It's only associated with rap, associated with some old goofy shit, clothing and some dumb shit. Like, what I mean. And yeah, I get it. You say, well, culture is, musical traditions, and culture is, traditional clothing that people have worn. Okay, well, sagging off your pants off your ass is not fucking for the culture, man. Like, wearing skinny jeans is not for the fucking culture. That's for some bullshit that these young niggas is doing. Relationships, marriage. Now, this is a thing, and that I for a long time I never took as important. And I just, again, because like I say, a lot of this stuff is over the recent years me growing and learning some shit, being slow to develop in some categories, or pay attention, or living foolishly, whatever you want to call it. And marriage is a very important thing. I think a full household is an important thing. If you're going to start, if you're going to get a chick pregnant, be a father, be a family, raise your kids as a family, as a unit, not in one household here. I mean, things happen, divorces happen. I understand all that. But that's kind of one thing I guess I have always been about, but I've never been eager on to pop out some kids train because whatever reasons here nor there. And even less so now because you look at the state of, like I say, y'all women, y'all go blow, you hating. You can talk about men too, but you look at the state of the American, the Western woman, it's not the same in the majority. And I tell y'all, if you're in the den and you're a lady, you're a special breed, you know, y'all are a little different because it takes a certain kind of woman to listen to a lot of shit we say in here. But I mean, look what's being ripped. Like I said, look at the women all want to be the hot girl summers, and you got old women trying to compete with these young chicks in their 40s trying to compete with 18-year-olds and goofy shit like this. You know what I'm saying? Like there was a time when, yeah, you wild out. You was in your young, you're 20, you know, and then you transitioned to a housewife or whatever you became, you know, what you became. But now, independent women, we don't need no man. You know, niggas ain't shit until you too old and you ain't shit, and then now you want a nigga like. And so the female mentality, especially here in the West, is much different. And again, it's not nothing I'm appealing to, but again, I believe that marriages are important, much more so than I did when I was younger, because I think for the children, because we popping kids out, that's not an issue. We popping kids out all over the place, but they don't have any structure, they don't have any unity, and what they see is parents beefing with each other instead of understanding the family dynamic. And that's causing more harm in the community because when they go on, then now, well, my mom and my dad used to beef. Well, now I hate women and I'm gonna treat them like shit because my daddy used to treat hoes like shit. My mama told me niggas wasn't shit, so you know, hot girl, summer fucking nigga, get the bag. And you know, it's that's the mentality that's getting passed down. When you don't have that balance, I believe that you need masculine, you need feminine to have balance in the household. That both parents bring an element to the kids, and so you don't have that. That's something that needs to be re-implemented. But I think we're too far gone for that at this point. What was the statistic? The statistic someone brought up the other day. Only 29% of is it 29% of black women or 29% of black people are married, but 85% of that 29% it is black people married to black people. So I mean the original number is low in itself. You know, the 85, I guess that's fine. It's neither here nor there. But the 29%. 30% of black people have a structured family. That's a problem. And then that kind of segues into the next thing that we're talking about abortion rates. And when we talk about abortion rates, I know y'all love to bring up, well, the white people aren't producing like they used to, so we're moving abortion clinics. Fine, dandy. Again, I tell y'all, I don't care about what the white people are doing. When we talk about conversations around the term black power, say, if you want to tell me black power, tell me about black power without talking about white people. We can have a real conversation. Then I'll start listening to that. Because every conversation always goes back to white. I don't care what white people do. This is the black solution. White people, y'all got to figure out your own solution. I can't help you, player. I'm trying to work on my shit. But the abortion rate's astronomical, and the way that women, like I say now, Western women, this is part of the way that they think about kids. Like they don't think about fetuses as a life or anything. They talk about them like they're diseases, like they're infections. And if you have this mentality and eventually do want to have a kid, you think that you bear children from a worm, from an infection, from a disease, from a virus. I mean, you think that's how they've been trained to think about it. That shit is sickening. This is what you want to marry. This is what you want to procreate with. Absolutely fucking not. It'd be fucking disgusting. So again, that's another reason why I'm just kind of like, you know, it is what it is. But for black people, abortion rates are astronomical. If I remember somebody gave a stat, the New York stat, and I can't remember it, but it was crazy. And then health. I don't want to talk about health, and I'm guilty of this. I eat like shit. I'm pretty sure a lot of us ate like shit over Thanksgiving. But we tie ourselves into a lot of the old eating habits that we talked about from slavery. We talked about this the other day. You know, when we're eating scraps, like we're not in the back of the restaurant no more. We're not out in the fucking barn no more. We're not sleeping on the dirt. We're not sleeping in the fucking hay. We're not doing that no more. Why are we still eating that same shit? I know y'all gonna say nigga chitlins is good. Nigga, some of y'all saying y'all niggas out there posting chitlin tacos and shit. And hey, if properly prepared, I eat 2 or 3 little chitlins myself now. You know, hey, look, you know, it is what it is. But as as a race, we look at this as part of the culture. We know this shit is killing us. And so all of these things are the problems that I want to discuss. And like I say, throughout the calls and then things like that, I want to get the solutions. I want to know your thoughts. I want to know your feelings on how do we fix these problems? How do we resolve these things? And how do we come up with solutions for this? And it was something else I meant to fucking say, and I forgot. It'll come back to mind here in a moment. But I kind of had to run through it. And I know I was looking for Mr. Kenneth F, and I know he hadn't been joining us, but I took some notes from some things that he said the other day. And if he does join us this evening, fine. If not, I'm going to kind of go through some of the things he said maybe later on, and we will discuss that. So let's chitterling. No, chitlins. Right? Don't be trying to spell it out appropriate. There's no appropriate spelling of chitlins, and you ain't no ing on that shit. So like I said, it's about knowing your thoughts, your opinions. Where are we going wrong? Where do we need to turn to go right? What is the biggest issue in your opinion? How do we start resolving these problems? And I will start giving the early bird pistachios out. Here in just a moment. Tell you some of these text messages on this deadline. Terrible. All right, bet. Let's just minimize that. All right, so again, everybody who's been chatting, man, I apologize if I missed you. I apologize if I overlooked, something that you may have been saying or sharing. Usually I'm all in the chat with y'all, and that's what it's all about, interactivity. We're all friends. We're not all friends in the den. I've realized that over the last few days. We try to all be friends in the den, but you know how it goes. So, all right, so I know I jumped back like a minute ago, but them Tostitos chips, they good to the bitch. I don't care for what y'all say. Let's try this shit again, man. God damn. Tough, man. I don't know. It's tough shit. Every time niggas try to get active, when you really start talking their own name, the powers that be. It's them. They trying to shut me down, Jack. But nah, man. Hopefully we back. Hopefully we back in the mix. And let's make it shake, man. Well, I hope that y'all are having some good convo in the conversation. Yeah, it's Patreon.com/The Den Show. I guess I should actually promote that shit, huh? That would help. I usually do it when I do recorded video. I've been saving on my recorded videos. Prepaid, what's the motherfucking deal, man? So I went on my rant. The internet died on me. But what I did want to say, though, that getting back to one thing is that I do believe that the biggest foundation in all of this shit, the deterioration of the family. And now, like I said, I think it's so hard for people to want to jump back into that mentality because everything, what does the music tell you? Be a player, fuck them hoes, man, you know, fuck them bitches. Baby mama ain't shit, you know, all this other shit. Baby daddy ain't shit. I mean, again, this the shit that we celebrate and push forth the most is the shit that is doing the most damage to us, you know. Encourage your kids just as much as you push them in sports, push them in education just as hard. If you can make them fucking, you know, put out that blood, sweat, and tears on the field, then you can make them fucking strain their brain on some fucking math homework or whatever the fuck it is. It's a lot of nonsense. I'm mad at the shit. I had my little mojo going. I'm kind of mad that the shit fucked up. But the line is active, baby. Got a little chip on my lip. Whoa, bro, you got a little too much chip on your lip, bro. Line is up, man. I want to know what y'all think, though. Like I said, we covered a lot of stuff. Like I said, crime, education, entertainment, representation, politics, culture, and association, relationships, marriage, abortion rates, health. I think these are some of the biggest problems that we face in the black community. And a lot of this shit, like I say, it's past the point of the white man is holding you down. At this point, these are things that we can control, that we're holding ourselves down with. I think it's a lot of stuff that we want to point fingers at, but in reality, it's your decision with some of these situations that we get placed in. You know, everything that I've done and went through, that shit was my fault. Bad decisions that I made, my fucking fault. And then guess what that means? That means I also have the power to fix those issues. You give away power when you give away blame, and you say you blame everybody else for everything. That's a sign of a weak man, a weak person, because then you're not taking responsibility for your actions, and two, you know, you basically saying you don't have the power to fix those things. What's the motherfucking deal, man? Who we got calling into the den this evening?
Hi, Honcho. This is Miss White.
All right. Is Miss White?
Yes, how are you tonight?
I am doing excellent. How have you been?
All good, all well, everything's good. Hey, look, I was trying to get in tonight, and what the hell is going on with it says 0 people in the chat, and then I see people make comments. I'm like, what? I
Yeah,
can't get in. I'm like, what is going on?
yeah, the stream had messed up. My internet got to tripping on my side. I had to reset some shit. So I don't know if you may have to refresh it or do it again. But
Uh,
there's some folks in there. We at least 22 deep in here. But it was I was talking at first. Like I said, I talked for about 30 minutes, and then as soon as I switched over to the line, like the internet started fucking up, and I had to reboot it, reset everything. But we back in action.
oh, okay. So what y'all talking about tonight?
We talk about black problems, the problems in the black, well, solutions to the problems in the black community. And I was harping on a few different areas where I felt like there were problems. And like I said, you know, we're talking about crime, education, entertainment, representation, politics, culture and association, relationships and marriage, the high abortion rates, and health. That I feel like these are all black issues that we can control, that we hold the solution to. What are your thoughts on any of those things?
I mean, what, far as like black people, what, just, I'm not understanding.
So what I'm saying is that, okay, so like there's a high rate of crime in the black community. A lot of it
Right.
is us doing it to ourselves. A lot of us is us taking advantage of ourselves, either violently or maliciously. You know, robbery. We can talk about murder. We can talk about all these things. I was talking about education, that we generally in the black community, even though education rates, higher degrees are rising, but generally we don't support education. We don't encourage our kids to be thoroughly educated. We expect somebody else to handle those matters. Like we don't handle those issues at home. We expect the teachers to be the end all be all. I was talking about the entertainment and how the messages that black entertainment generally pushes to us are negative. or we're represented poorly in these issues. I was talking about masculinity is definitely something that is no longer valid, especially in Hollywood. You don't see masculine images anymore. The fatherhead, the what I'm saying, James and the Rocks of the world. You don't see those guys anymore. You don't see that type of stuff on television. I also talked about politics. I said how we lean Democrat and been doing that for 60, 70 years, but yet, if you even bring up the suggestion of to another black person to vote Republican, they'll ostracize you, even though the first, black politicians were Republicans. Then I talk about culture and association. What really is black culture? I don't think that it's a thing anymore. I think maybe certain families still maintain maybe their own family culture, but I don't think across the board there is no culture. It's always associated with rap music or the latest dance or some bullshit like that. And then what we associate ourselves with, we gravitate to this shit and we promote a lot of this shit, and it's a negative message that are being pushed out through that. I talk about the importance of relationships and marriage and having an intent to create a family structure, because I think the family is very important. I think that you need the masculine and the feminine to raise a stable household, and I think that we're definitely discouraged from that with the low rates of marriage overall at 29%. So that means a majority of people, even though we're still popping out kids, there's a majority of single parents, or co-parenting as some people like to call it. But that's a kid going back and forth between two homes, sometimes three homes if we count grandma's house. And I think that doesn't provide that stable structure. When I was talking about high abortion rates, that I say even though we're one of the smallest percentages of the population, that we have the highest abortion rates, which means that we're doing a lot of killing of ourselves. When these are either killing, you can look at it from the killing of yourself position, or you can look at it the bad decision making position. And I was kind of getting into how women these days describe, those children, that they look at them as a disease, as a sickness, when they talk about aborting fetuses and things like that, and they don't discuss it. They don't describe it like it's human life. And then I was saying health, just the way we carry ourselves, the way as far as diet, exercise, that we still eat a lot of the old slave foods, even though we're far and beyond that. We're not in the barn, we're not on the farm, we're not in the back of the restaurant anymore, but we're still eating a lot of scraps, and we still promote those ideas. And so that's a short version of everything that I was discussing.
Oh, I hear you. I hear you. Oh, so y'all getting deep tonight.
Yeah, we're gonna talk some shit tonight. We're gonna figure out some solutions. We're gonna talk some shit tonight.
Oh, okay. Y'all going deep tonight. But yeah, you're right. The black community does have, their problems just like any other, It is things that, that's going on that could be better, But only thing you can do, in this life is, concentrate on yourself and your loved ones and things like that, But to try to start with you first, and see, that's what a lot of people don't, really don't want to do. Matter of fact, this conversation came up tonight with someone else. I was having dinner tonight. Someone else, they wanted to go down this road, and I told them, I said, well, you just gotta enjoy life. You know what I mean? You can't get, too caught up, in the structure of what's going on, because what's gonna go on, But you just gotta concentrate on yourself, and know the order of yourself and, the chain of command for your life. You know what I mean? Because, people, the person I was having dinner with tonight actually is younger than I am. And so they were trying to tell me that they weren't going to follow any rules, or can't nobody control them.
Mm-hmm.
But see, like I told them, I said, well, look, if I'm your boss, how you going to make that kind of statement to me? You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Because in a way I am going to control you.
Yeah.
You understand? Because if I put you on to make this money here,
Yeah.
if that's the way you want to put it, I am controlling you. I've been controlling you. Did you not know it? But, and So, however, they want to say, well, well, yeah, but I don't like to be. Well, I gotta be in telling you what to do. So you're not gonna be able to do. I am gonna control you because if you fall, I fall.
Correct.
And if I fall, my boss falls. So you see how it's trickling down.
Correct.
So I said, so that's a lot of problem too with young black people. And so I had to school them for a second. So, but the only thing we can do, basically is work on ourselves and our loved ones, give them wisdom and try to, because some people don't want to listen now, you know. So, you know, when you got a hard head, then you know where that goes. Exactly. So, but out of all, you just got to live this thing. You got to live this life. You know what I mean? You can't get caught up in, because what's going to be, it's the world, it's going to go on. It's going to be like this, you see? But we just live here in the world, so I can't get caught up in it like that. But yeah, the black community does have a lot of issues, and just like any other community. And we do need to check ourselves. We do, And sometimes when we speak out about it, some blacks get mad about that.
Correct.
Absolutely. They kind of get upset, and them ones. Them ones. So, but it's good to be in the den tonight, to talk about things like this. You know what I mean?
Yes, ma'am.
Has anyone else called in with any other cultures besides the black culture and what their issues are?
No, you're actually the first caller this evening because, like I say, I had some little technical issues and the line that just got back on. And you were the first caller.
Don't tell me I don't beat Miss Bell.
Yeah, you done beat Miss Bell. You number one tonight.
Oh shit! Shout out to Miss Bell. That's my girl. Yeah, but I'm gonna try to get back on because I couldn't. My shit was just circling. I was like, what the hell? It say 0 people in the chat. I just see people commenting, and I'm like, why I can't get in? Why I ain't working?
Yeah, I'm not saying it was something on my end. The router, it was saying it was working. So I ended up resetting it, but I guess I don't know what was going on, but it jumped back. So we good to go, hopefully.
All right, so yeah, I'm just gonna refresh and get back in the chat. But yeah, I'm glad I was able to be first tonight. Then that's what I'm talking about. Okay.
That's what I'm talking about, Miss White.
All right, I'll talk with you later.
All right, you have a good evening.
All right, baby.
All right. Shout out to Miss White. It's always good to hear from Miss White. What's the motherfucking deal, man? Who we got calling into the den this evening?
What's good, Honcho? That's prepaid.
Prepaid, man. How you feeling this evening, man?
Man, I'm feeling good. I think I done bounced back from the sickness, so I'm feeling real good.
Okay. Yeah, I've been sipping on this little recipe myself, even though I haven't got over mine. I'm just trying to be careful because it's something's out and about. You gotta stay woke for the shit that's going on.
Got to stay woke, my brother. Always have your head on a motherfucking swivel.
What's on your mind this evening, Mr. Prepaid, man?
Man, Dakota and Broderick, they debate really. I think it was very insightful, and I think it was a voice that people needed to hear.
Yes.
And one thing I think that as a solution to the black community, I want to preface by saying this. If you're past the age of 25, I don't think it's not considered can save you at this point. Hopefully my advice is so you can get through to your children. And what Broderick was saying was 1,000,000,000% correct about how we shouldn't be teaching our kids how to fear police. How we should be teaching our kids that, life is different because you're black in America dealing with officers. Like, stop that shit. Like, y'all take so much silence in naming these bullshit naming, what about Freddie Gray and Philando Castile? Man, you know how many people in the black community get killed every year by their own people? You literally couldn't name all the motherfucking people. Like, stop that shit. if you wanna protect your children, tell your 14 and 15-year-old son, look, the most important thing is for you to come home.
Correct.
If a cop pulls you over, the most important thing for you to come home. If you drive in your car, the most important thing is for you to come home. If that's what you're drilling in their head, they're going to make the precautionary reasons to come home. They're not going to be sitting there arguing and fighting with no cop. Mm-hmm. They're not going to be inviting and testing people.
Correct.
See, this is the problem in the black community. Y'all refuse to teach y'all children how to respect authority. Mm-hmm. And because they don't respect authority, that is the reason why so much unnecessary shit happens to us, to our children. Cop pull you over. How you doing, officer? Driver registration? Here you go, officer. Oh, what you hit? Yes, sir, no, sir, and go on about your business. If they're going to give you a ticket, you can get that ticket anyway. Correct. You ain't going to talk your way out of it. You ain't going to somehow punk a cop away and not going to give you a ticket. None of that shit going to happen. So I feel like a lot of the problems in our community can be avoided, but it's the way y'all are raising your children. Teaching your kids to be combative against authority ain't helping none of us out. Period. Correct. Dog, it's so many kids, man, and you know, Honcho, because you play sports, man, it's so many kids who have amazing athletic ability. They are literally not coachable.
Correct.
They're not teachable. They go to class and they won't learn it because they're not teachable, they're not coachable. So you know what happens to these kids? They're another hoop dream story.
Correct. I always say
another kid that could have possibly did something to us.
I always say the best kids that the most talented people that you see in the NBA, there was somebody twice as talented, but because they couldn't handle the basics, the classwork, or the consistency, or being coachable, you'll never see that. I'm telling you, the best players I've ever seen, them niggas was just either in the streets, they didn't give a fuck about what you was telling them, but they would come to practice one day because the coaches want them on the team. They come to practice one day and they do everybody bad, then you don't see them for a week. They missed the game. They just because you couldn't control them. They was just doing what they wanted to do. Had all the talent in the world and never did nothing with it.
Exactly. You have these parents. They got money to send these kids to these basketball camps. They got money to send their kids to the football camp. They got money to send their kids to a 7-on-7 tournament, but they have no money for a tutor. Mm. They somehow got $1,500 to send their kid to the prom and have them driving a Bentley coupe. Mm. But when it's time to go out here and get after school program, get them a tutor, you don't have any money for them. Mm. And, you know, for you young cats, man, those who are younger than us, I'm going to give y'all a name I want y'all to Google because I want y'all to really understand how this whole thing works. Everybody remember the ABC tournament, the Adidas ABC tournament. It's a very big basketball tournament in the summertime. Any big-time recruit going to go in high school, they're going to dominate this tournament. In the summer of 2001, it was 2001, 2002, there was a kid that was literally the number one player in the nation. He was bigger than Carmelo Anthony. He was bigger than LeBron James. That kid's name is Lenny Cook. Mm. And for any of y'all who are not familiar with who Lenny Cook is, Google who Lenny Cook is and find out who he is. This is what happens when your athletic ability, when people tell you that no matter what's going to happen, you're going to be number one pick in the draft. This is a kid who wasn't going to class, wasn't coachable, constantly getting in fights, life fell apart, and this is a person who was literally better than LeBron James and Carmelo. I watched him in the ABC tournament drop 48 points on LeBron. 48 on the King. 48. This is a guy who was literally down low dominating Amari Stoudemire. Was out with literally beat Carmelo Anthony in every shooting contest they had in the tournament. How does a kid like that fall off? Because the problem with Lenny Cook was he had a problem with authority. He felt like couldn't nobody tell him nothing. Now, LeBron James has made NBA contracts probably around $300 million. Mm-hmm. Carmelo Anthony is probably about $250. It's almost $300 million himself. Mm-hmm. Lenny Cook never made $5 million. Mm-hmm. The problem with our culture, the problem with our people, is that we know more Lenny Cooks than we know of LeBron James and the Carmelo Anthonys of the world. We all know Lenny Cook, and if you keep on teaching your kids that no one can tell them nothing, or their athletic ability is going to take them to the next level, I'm telling you right now, you're going to produce a Lenny Cook. You ain't going to produce a LeBron James. You're going to produce a Lenny Cook. Because for every criticism that you have for LeBron James, for every criticism you have for Carmelo Anthony, neither one of those kids when they was growing up, had a problem with authority. Those players are coachable. Those players are teachable. LeBron James never went to college, and he is far more intelligent than the majority of people I've seen go to college. especially from a business acumen side. Yeah, Carmelo has his faults. He do a lot of fucked up shit. You know what I'm saying? He get caught cheating or whatever the case may be. But let's call a spade a spade. Outside of his little, you know what I'm saying, his little bullshit with the, you know, the little IG thotties. Have you heard of any bad press from Carmelo? Let's be real here. He ain't defaulting on child support. He don't owe no jewelers. He ain't out here getting popped with drug tests. So I mean, you know, we got to get back to that, man. And for some of y'all, you know, after you get done searching Lenny Cook, I'm gonna give you another guy that's gonna push it a little bit further. You know what I'm saying? Earl Manigault, man. Man, a lot of y'all who didn't follow, you know, didn't know basketball, y'all need to follow the stuff Earl Manigault, man. Y'all didn't know about the GOAT. What drugs would do to you, bro. They used to put $100 bill on the top of the backboard. Earl Manigault would jump to the top of the backboard and get the money off. 52-inch vertical jump. And for y'all who keeping a little tally on there, his vertical jump was almost 10 inches higher than Vince Carter's. These guys exist, bro. Drugs will ruin you. Lack of authority will ruin you. Not having a father in the home will ruin you. You know what I'm saying? And it's a thing, like I said, for the older generation, for y'all who are 25, 30 years old, nothing I can do can pretty much save you. I can give you some advice. I can give you a few stock tips. I can tell you what I would do, you know, I wouldn't do, but nothing's going to pretty much save you. Save your kids, bro. Do it for your kids. If you know you personally don't like authority and you have a problem and you feel like the white man got his foot on your neck, man, don't bring your kids into that world. Don't put them in that. Because somewhere down the line, it caused you to block you from receiving your blessing. I'm not telling y'all, oh my God, the cops here. Yes, sir, master. I'm not telling you that, bro. I'm telling you that we cannot win that battle. If you get out of line with an officer and y'all get to tussling, and let's say you start winning that fight, how you think this is going to end? You going to take his gun and shoot and kill him, and then you going to press the button on his shoulder and call for backup? Come on, man. Wake the fuck up.
It's super funny you said that because shout out to Coach, man. He had sent me a very interesting video. And people that took it and edited it and tried to make it seem one way. Almost like this was in New York. Guy sitting on the porch, his old lady called laws on him because he had been stalking her and had a little assault situation. So the cops come up. It was two lady cops. They come up and try to, you know, pull him off. Hey, you know, we need to holler at you real quick. Go ahead, you know, stand up. Nah, you know, I'm sitting there, I ain't do nothing. And there was 2 or 3 other chicks around. Well, what are y'all doing? Why y'all messing with him? You know, and they told him, well, hey, he wanted for assault or whatever. Oh, no, y'all don't need to touch him and do all this. A couple of seconds later, you know, male cop shows up and they trying to get him under control. He tried to run in the house or something. He took old buddy gun and shot him in the hand. And then the female cop, she put 2 in his back, I guess, when he tried to run off, you know, and killed him. People was outraged. People was mad until, you know, the body cam footage. But, like, even in a situation like that, these ridiculous things that happen, like, what did you think? It's 3 cops. What did you think you was going to get away and do that? You really thought you was going to run off in that situation? Like, how did you think that you were going to be victorious in that situation? And then, you know, they was mad because, well, they didn't have to. Well, he had priors already for shooting somebody. He already did some time for shooting somebody. What do you think they just going to... They, you know, handling with kid gloves, and it's a lot of credit. Like people got to look at the situation in full context. Don't just look at the racial aspect of it.
It's you know, and I'm glad that you and Coach you shared that because I didn't hear about that story. But one thing I will tell you is it's so hilarious to me in the black community. Is it not so hilarious how every time the cops approach a black man or a black woman that we just somehow erase their whole criminal history no matter what happened? Nigga, a whole motherfucking shot in the hood. But as soon as the cops show up, man, don't touch Tyrone, man. You ain't got no right. He just killed 6 people. He just killed 6 people. They do have a right.
Yeah.
They do have a right. That's why they're approaching this black ass. Like this shit's mind-boggling to me. Or what about the case with a dude? I forgot where was that, but him and his old lady got into it. He shot and killed her. The cops show up. And then, like, he having a shootout with the cops, and everybody was like, the law shot him for no reason. No, he just killed his old lady, dummy.
Yeah.
Like, what the fuck is wrong with y'all?
He tried to get upset with old buddy in Cleveland when that just come out. He had the gun in his hand. He had just shot the chick. She was already on the ground. He had already shot her once because the cops unloaded and ended up killing him. Like, what was he? He's dragging this bitch by her hair on the ground. He off there wet, and he's got a gun in his hand. So what are you supposed to wait till the cops supposed to wait till he shoot him? Or like, and people were mad. Well, they didn't have to kill him. Well, yeah, the fuck they did. Like, I mean, this man had a gun and already shot somebody, and he gone off that shit. Like, what? How do you expect to handle some of these situations? I mean, this
shit is mind-boggling. So, I'm at work, and everybody knows I wouldn't call myself a gun enthusiast. I think I have quite a few guns. I wouldn't call myself an enthusiast because I'm not into it like that. Yeah. But we were having a conversation about people breaking and entering, and this chick is white lady at my job, and of course she's a liberal. Mm-hmm. I just don't understand why you have so many guns, and if somebody comes to your home, why can't you shoot them in the leg, and maybe that'll make them leave? I said, make them leave? Bitch, I didn't invite them here in the first place. The fuck? Like, no, ain't no leaving. Once you break in this motherfucker, something gonna happen here. Either they coming to take me out here on the gurney, or they taking you on the gurney. But it won't be no leaving. There will be no leaving. Because if you were invited here, I wouldn't be shooting at your motherfucking ass.
Correct.
So, maybe you should practice on like shooting them. Below the chest, maybe like in the stomach, so that maybe they could survive. There is no surviving in this shit. When you come into my home, when you come here uninvited, unannounced, I'm making sure that the next person who may have whatever crossed their mind think this is a good idea, they're going to have second thoughts. Because anybody coming here uninvited, they never leaving. I promise you. I'm unloading everything in you. I will switch guns. I'm telling you, I wasn't loading you. And like, she is like, this woman is so angry that this is like my thinking of what if it was a good person. I said, good people don't break into homes. Law-abiding citizens aren't breaking into homes. Good people don't shoot their old ladies and be dragging them around. Good people don't take officers' guns and shoot at them and shoot them in the hand. Correct. These are the criminals. Correct. But y'all gotta pick one.
The nigga now gotta pick one. The house, and then you shoot them, let them make. They'll try to come retaliate because they mad because they fucked up. You gotta go ahead. You gotta finish the job right then. You can't play.
You got to. You got to because if they leave the home, you could be held liable for the doctor bill depending on what state you're in. Mm-hmm. Don't worry, there will be no doctor bills in my house. You come up in here, it's funeral arrangements. GoFundMe, I promise you. GoFundMe's and funeral, I promise you. The only thing that's getting arranged right here is with my insurance had to put some new TVs and shit in my house because I'm shooting up everything. I'm getting new everything in this bitch. New couch, new chandelier, new ceiling fan, and new everything. I don't give a damn. I don't understand it, man. I feel like we as black people have decided that the color of our skin outweighs right and wrong, and it's ridiculous. It's just ridiculous. You got a partner who committing crimes. You got a partner who out here, ain't living right. And look, man, if you're not gonna tell them nothing, who else you think gonna correct it? If you're not gonna correct your partner who living wrong, who you think gonna correct it?
No, the people gonna fix it.
That's the only way around it. But then you want to sit back and cry about, I can't believe they took Tyrell. They have to take Tyrell. Why, Lord, free Tyrell? No, we not fucking freeing him. This motherfucker been in jail 26 times. At the age of 25 years old. No. I'm in this motherfucker wondering who keep bonding this nigga out. Stop putting money on this nigga books, man.
Man, I got a question for you, Prepaid. Man, did you see that thing that William Barr said the other day? About that?
No, what did he say?
But he was talking about that communities that don't respect the police may find themselves without police protection. He said
that's beautiful.
At a fraternal order police meeting or something like that. I'm just interested in how you feel about that.
I think it's an amazing idea because I believe once this happened, I will say this, okay? I really do feel sorry for the elders because a lot of people don't catch on to this. If you talk to elderly people, they'll tell you what the fuck going on. They'll be like, look, man, these motherfuckers be terrorizing our neighborhood. Get the motherfuckers the fuck out of here. The younger generation are the ones who be like, no, they come in here and they lying on us and just taking the rest of all the black men. Them motherfuckers is the terrorists living in your own neighborhood. So I agree 100% with William Barr. If you are a neighborhood where you have no respect for police, then y'all police your own neighborhood. Let's turn these motherfuckers into little Iraq, like they want to be called shot. Let's turn them into little Iraq, little Baghdad, and let them blow each other up. And it's fucked up. I feel sorry for the elderly, but just don't come outside. That's what I would tell you. Because if this is how y'all going to treat, y'all have no respect for authority, then guess what? Y'all police it. And when y'all get done shooting and killing each other and there's dead bodies in the middle of the street, literally, then I guarantee y'all will change y'all thinking. But see, the crazy part is the wokey wokes are going to sit back and hear they'll say stuff like, Roland Martin's, that's the problem with AG Barr. He doesn't care about black people. And at the same time, everybody forget that the AG Barr and Roland Martin still on the same street. They ain't going to never have any police being called in their neighborhood. Or you got, Van Jones, with his fucking list. I just really feel like they just don't love black people, and you have as a black man to keep your head on the swivel. Van Jones, you make $300,000 a year. You married a white woman. Shut the fuck up. You live in Calabasas. You ain't dealing with none of these problems that are going on in Sloss, and you don't even know what that is. Shut the fuck up. See, but the problem is with the wokey wokes and the black elites is they want to tell you how unfair it is that they would even put out the idea of black people should police their own neighborhood since we don't fuck with the cops, because he's never going to be affected by this.
Correct.
Roland Martin busting his hair going backwards. They tell you all you know about a black man. This nigga got hair gel in his head. Not grease, hair gel.
That's tough, man.
That's the crazy part about it, man. And I'm telling y'all, man, I know some of y'all that then, y'all live in very bad neighborhoods, man, and they keep yelling about stop snitching. Listen, bro, if y'all want to let whoever ride around here and kill all y'all, whatever the case would be, man, that's on you. I don't even feel sorry for you at this point. If this nigga in y'all neighborhood got 10 and 12 bodies, bro, you think he gonna stop killing? No. This is what he does.
He is a serial
killer. The ice cream man ride by y'all neighborhood the same time every day selling ice cream. You wanna know why? Because that's what the fuck he do. He sell ice cream every day. The nigga who killing y'all neighbor gonna keep killing because that's what the fuck he do. Y'all protecting the killers, man. Ain't no sense of pride in the black community no more, man. None. We too busy protecting the motherfuckers who are hurting us. Get rid of these people. Or better yet, keep them there. I ain't never coming back, so y'all can keep them there. I'm just letting y'all know. I'm trying to help y'all out because I ain't coming back. I'm never coming back. I'm done. I'm never coming back. White people outside right now in my neighborhood walking their dogs and running and shit, jogging. I ain't never coming back.
We gonna say that.
The most dangerous motherfucker in my neighborhood is me when I get drunk. My neighbors don't know it, but I am. Oh, I am the most ruthless motherfucker around here. That's why I like to keep it. And guess what? When I got motherfuckers walking around my neighborhood look like suspicious, motherfucker, everybody held on the swivel. I get text messages from the neighborhood, what they call neighborhood watch. Yeah. Suspicious behavior.
Oh,
I got a motherfucking head on the swivel too. I don't give a fuck.
Speaking of neighborhood watch, how do you feel about the $100 million lawsuit from Zimmerman trying to sue Trayvon Martin's mom and the rest of the y'all favorite Wokey Woke rapper said that the streets is dead because Zimmerman's still alive. When y'all gonna kill him? Y'all kill everybody else. Why y'all ain't kill George Zimmerman? I know why y'all ain't killed George Zimmerman. I know why. Honcho, you know why they didn't kill him, huh? Why is that? Why would you say that?
Because Zimmerman got that motherfucking fire on him at all times. That's why. Because Zimmerman he'd already showed y'all he ain't screaming Black Lives Matter because he ain't scared to take one. That's why ain't nobody touch Zimmerman on shit. That's why he in Florida right now riding around, ain't got no tint on his windows. Because if you send a shot at George Zimmerman, you're going to get 3 or 4 of them back at you. That's just real nigga shit. I mean, I'm just being real with y'all, bro. Y'all kill everybody else. That's crazy. Nigga ain't killed George Zimmerman. That's wild to me.
That's super funny. Because that's super funny because that's the same thing. I was talking to somebody earlier with this, and I say that's the same thing I said. Niggas been, they'll ride on everybody, but Zimmerman, they'll march in the streets, you do all this other stuff, but Zimmerman riding like a free man. He's sliding, speeding through Texas, doing all this outrageous shit, but ain't nothing happened to him. That's what I'm saying. Like, that's why I say niggas be like, love to talk. They'll hit me up if I do something. But they can find you quick. Yeah. A nigga will shoot you at another one of your family members' funeral. They don't give a fuck. They'll shoot you anywhere. Niggas seen George Zimmerman in the private and scared of that nigga. And the crazy part about the George Zimmerman thing is this is why I knew niggas was pussy.
This is why I knew that these fake ass gangsters, these niggas is pussy. Do you know George Zimmerman sold the gun and he shot Trayvon Martin with?
Yeah,
He auctioned it off.
Mm-hmm.
Come on, man. When a person grab your nuts like that, bro, I'm tell you something right now. Y'all niggas is pussy. Now, I'm not gonna tell you that I've ever seen George Zimmerman, because if I did, the story would be a whole lot different. If you get my hint, I ain't never seen him nowhere.
No.
I ain't even heard nobody even roughing a nigga up. I'm not telling you I gotta shoot him, but damn, y'all ain't gonna put no paws on him. We know he can't fight. He got beat up by a 16-year-old. You know, you know what I'm saying? I'm not telling you that I kill nigga, but you ain't gonna get a couple rib shots in or nothing. Damn, y'all jump everybody. Why y'all ain't jump him? I know y'all seen a nigga in Walmart. Everybody go to Walmart. Whoop that nigga, man. Know the nigga been on the cereal aisle now with no sunglasses on or nothing. Everybody know what he look like. He been on every news. We know what he look like, bro. Come on, dog. Y'all ain't gonna whoop him? Come on, man. Niggas pussy, bro. But that's what I'm telling y'all, because they know he got that fire on him. That's why they ain't fucking with him. You know he's strapped up. That's the only reason why George Zimmerman alive. And if his skin was darker, he'd have been dead a long time ago. They was talking about killing the attorney who was representing the nigga who shot Nipsey. They was talking about killing his whole family.
Yeah.
Damn, that nigga worse than Zimmerman to y'all? Come on, bro. What's his name? Chris.
I forgot. Cause didn't he? Who had a trial? Was he in the OJ trial? Or he was in the.
Yeah, he was a part of the OJ trial. He was a part. Bro, do you know, man? Do you know they was calling one of his kids was in school. Man, they was calling the school saying they gonna kill his daughter at school.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. That's the wild shit. That's part of the reason. Like I say, the misguided priorities is part of the reason we suffer from these problems.
Yeah, he is. A black man represents another black man in court, regardless if you agree with it or not. That is, you know what I'm saying, grounds of just smoking the whole family. George Zimmerman killed Trayvon Martin in cold blood. That little dude ain't do nothing wrong besides walking home from the store. And y'all ain't did nothing. And I got a whole bunch of hood niggas family in fucking Pensacola. Y'all ain't seen a nigga nowhere? Come on, man. That's crazy. But then again, let's let's call a spade though, Honcho. The main reason why we ain't killed George Zimmerman is because we too busy killing each other.
Correct.
We can't. Hey, time out, y'all. How about we direct all his energy toward George Zimmerman? He lived down the street. Nah, fuck that. I'm gonna kill you. You two black ass niggas. They just too busy killing each other, bro. And it's crazy, man. So before I get off this phone, man, I want to leave y'all with this. It don't matter how hard you had it growing up. It don't matter how good you had it growing up. The goal as a parent is to give your child a better life than what you had.
Correct.
It don't matter how fucked up it was. No one cares. Let me tell you something. No one cares. Because when it's time for you to raise them kids, nobody give a fuck about how bad it was for you growing up. Give your kids the best opportunity. Put them in the best opportunity to win. If you do that and they fall on their face, that's fine. They just, sometimes, you had a run. You know what I'm saying? You had a little mud. It's all good. Put your kid in the best position, though, man. And I mean that in every aspect. If you grew up and it was hard on you dealing with the cops, man, don't teach your kids no shit like that, man. Teach them that they can be successful no matter what situation it is. Do that. And maybe somewhere down the road, maybe somewhere down that line, you'll find yourself, and maybe you put yourself in a better position. But if all else fails, man, put your kids first, bro. That's all I'm telling y'all. Y'all be blessed.
All right, appreciate the call, man. But that's the thing, and that's the point that I make, especially about the Zimmerman thing, is that you do something to a rapper, they gon' niggas from all over the world want to do something to you, because this is what I talk about, entertainment having this hold on you, because you made music that entertains you, that you can relate to. Nigga don't know who you are. You bought his album, he don't know you, but because you relate to his music, they want to kill. A nigga who just doing his job. Ain't got shit to do with it. He ain't killed Nipsey. They want to threaten his whole family. He's just doing his damn job. But again, you got, like I said, Zimmerman going riding around. It ain't nothing whatever happened to him. It is what it is. And I'm not telling nobody to go out and do that. I'm just saying it's funny how in a particular situation, you know, all this is going on. Let a nigga chain get stolen. It could be this nigga go to a whole nother city, don't know nobody, get his chain stolen. Reach out to somebody, they'll find a way to get it back. You telling me that they don't know where, you know what I'm saying? They can't get a hold of the information that they need to do whatever. It's just they don't want to. Again, like I say, misguided priorities. And what he said something about us killing each other. And this is a very interesting stat. I want to say since 1980, over 300,000 black men have died. Not died, been murdered at the hands of other black men or within those communities. I don't have the numbers of cop killings. I can't give you the statistics off top. But I guarantee you that it's nowhere close to that. Appreciate the love, Miss Shonda. Is the bot not talking? Or am I tripping? Let me see what the bot talking about. So my thing is, like I say, misguided priorities, man. Yes, you could talk about you want the cop state situation to be a problem. Yeah, it's a problem. But if you got 1,000 people, I'm overinflating the numbers for whatever reason. So you got 1,000 people a day dying of something, and you got 2 a week dying of something else. Where should your main focus be? What is the bigger problem? But because, like Prepe said, man, like I said, we give ourselves a lot of passes. Because that's just how it is. That shouldn't be how it is. You know, like I get what Ms. Cartier was saying. Some people gonna be what they're gonna be. I get that, but that's not. I don't think that applies to the context of, wiping out your own folks, motherfuckers who look like you. For us to sit here and holler, all the things we do about being woke, about black power, about whatever you want to call it, and the biggest problem that you're having is staring you right there in the face, but you don't want to acknowledge that because somehow people think that that's contradicting the message, or because somebody else told you not to talk about that. Just like Ms. Carter said, some folks don't want to talk about that, and you know who doesn't, because that goes against the message that they preaching and teaching and telling you that it's somebody, it's some external factor that's the problem. Man, no, it's not, man. And I know a lot of people that find this uncomfortable, that don't like it, but if you disagree, this is the den. Call in and dispel, or debate, or whatever you feel. Like I said, I'm not telling you how to call in and agree with everything I'm saying. I want you to call in and speak your truth. If you don't agree with what is being said, call in and speak your truth. If you feel like it's something different, call in and speak your truth. That is the point of the den. We're not all here to agree. We all try to be friends in the den, but look, Jack, we know how that we've seen how that plays out. We've seen how that whole scenario has turned out. Let me see. Okay. What's the motherfucking deal? Who we got calling into the den this evening?
Good evening, sir.
Kenneth, how are you, Mr. Kenneth?
I'm doing great, Honcho. How are you?
I'm doing excellent. I'm not gonna lie to you, Kenneth. I was about to start reading some of your points that I wrote down the other day, and I was debating if I was gonna give you credit or not. No, I was gonna mess with you. I'd give you credit, but I'm glad you called in, Ken. I'm glad you called in, man. Like I said, a lot of folks have been asking about how Mr. Kenneth has been, and I'm glad you joined us this evening. So, do you have any particular thoughts on tonight's topic? I don't know how much you've heard or how much you've observed, but what are your thoughts, as far as what's going on, the solution to a lot of these black problems?
Well, I have quite a few solutions. Bear with me, like if I sound funny, I just got braces on, so my teeth is in the way. Well, the braces is kind of in the way of my mouth. Yeah, I have quite a few things to say
Okay.
in reference to solutions. Um, as I said before, the last time, well, with me personally, before I became into this quote unquote woke lane, I had to dive inside the past and understand the past and understand the pain and understand the success and the failures of my people. Um, to me, as I said, when you going into war, uh, it makes no sense for you to go into war and not study your opponent and study uh, your past wars, and what worked for you, what weapons did you use, what strategies, places and climate and gear and weight and how many women, how many men, all of that. I mean, I think that plays a major part. So I say that to say that uh, I had to understand why it is we are the way we are. And I'm not making an excuse or anything, but we talked about, well, you guys talked about on the last time that I was here, someone was talking about mental health. And it was a lady, she was speaking on how, mental health is so important. And, most in people's households in Black community, they say, pray it away. Or, this person is just crazy. They just throw them over, toss them to the side, or they just give them some Ritalin so that they can get like a check or something. We love a check. Love a good little check. Let's go ahead and make little Taekwon. Let's sign him up to be in mental health. I used to work in mental health when I was living in North Carolina, and people would literally sign their children up. They were regular children, and they would sign these kids up in these mental health agencies for a big time check, and to get them out the house after school. Okay. Yeah. It was deep. I mean, these were regular kids, and I see these kids now as adults, and they're regular adults. They weren't slow or had all of these problems. Their parents were just throwing them in there, for this Medicaid. But yeah, mental health is very important. So many people agreed that mental health was an issue and that we need to face mental health. And many mental disorders, bipolar, schizophrenia, hell, even ADHD, depression, many of those are passed down from your mom, your grandmom, your great-grandmom, and so forth and so on. So if we acknowledge that mental health is hereditary and it's passed down from generation to generation, and these mental illnesses have not been treated, as the caller said the last time that I was there, she said we pray it away and it's not being treated, then if we can acknowledge that those are passed down the line, then we must acknowledge the trauma and the pain from 400 years ago that has not been treated. It has been passed down, the anger, the pain, the ignorance, the illiteracy. It's been passed down from generation to generation to generation and generation, and it has not been treated. They've been praying about it. So that's one point. I had to dive deep inside the pain of the people, because many people act, from pain, from childhood traumas and things like that. In Maryland, for instance, back in the slave days, Maryland was one of the highest. They had one of the largest slave breeding farms in Maryland, and they would put these paper bags over their heads and make them breed. You could be breeding with your mother or your father. You wouldn't know. I mean, you probably would know, but, to put the bag over your head. And to this day, and you could Google this, Maryland has one of the highest rates of incest. To this day, that hasn't been treated. That came from years ago, well, hundreds of years ago, we were talking about, when slaves were let free and many people were given land, but they didn't know about taxes. They didn't know about all of these things. So even though they were given land, they weren't educated on how to keep the land. So the land was just taken back from them. My grandmother is one of 12 children, and her father owned acres and acres and acres of land. They still have it, but due to silly family issues, out of 12, only one owns the land, and they have done absolutely nothing with the land, whereas a Walmart could have been built on this land, and they just do nothing with it. To this day, it's just there. Life insurance. We weren't able to get life insurance until 1881. Okay. And even then, there was a bunch of stipulations with it, with the premiums and so forth. My mother, when she's on her sober binge, on her sober track, she worked for MetLife. And she signs up many different people for life insurance policies. I mean, these policies are like $10 a month, $20 a month. And people would pay the first month, second month, and then they'll fall back on the payment. Now, falling back on the payments due to what? You can't pay $10 a month. The McDonald's and crap, eating out every other day, spending money on foolish things versus the things that you need, like a life insurance policy. Whereas many white people that I know, that is, life insurance is actually a come-up game for them. $1 million policies. And some black people that I know, they get on. My uncle has $1 million life insurance policy. It's a come-up game. I mean, it's that, I'm not waiting for you to die, but when I do die, I'm going to make sure that my family is set up so that they can start something for themselves. My uncle also owns a lot of real estate in the town that I'm from. He owns like 6 houses. He fixes them up. He's a carpenter. He fixes them up and rents them out. But with the pain has a lot to do with it, and from not being healed and so forth and so on. But I do agree that at some point we have to, pull ourselves up from our bootstraps and so forth and so on. But many people don't even have bootstraps to pull up. As I said before, they're out here bird boxing, walking around with blindfolds on, and they don't know that they are blindfolded because they are mentally sick and they have not been healed. And many of them don't even know. They think they're fine. Like my grandmother, for instance, she has 4 degrees. She owns a trucking business, very successful trucking business. Her and my grandfather has probably made over $1 million in their lifetime. They're both 73 years old. Her brother owns a trucking business. He has probably made more than her in his lifetime alive. One would think that you guys would merge together and become a dynasty, but see, because of being competitive with family members and things, jealousy comes into play, and I have to outdo this person. I have to outdo that person. Whereas you look in many other cultures, the Chinese culture, the Jamaican culture, they literally pull their funds together. All right, one is 10 different families. Each family brings together 100,000. Boom. Now you have a business. Boom. Now we're going to come up with again. Now this family has a business. Boom. We're going to come together again. Now this family has a business. Boom. Now all 10 families have this a successful business. So when they fall, they don't have to go and borrow money from the bank and get high interest rates. They can just borrow from one another. Solutions. Well, before I say that, back to the pain. Me personally, before I began to heal myself, I had to feel the hurt and pain of my ancestors. many things that I did not know in history. I did not know that, over 6 million people were murdered in the Congo when they did not meet their rubber quota. Their hands were chopped off by King Leopold III of Belgium. Now, the Jewish Holocaust was supposedly killed 6 million Jews. Okay, that was supposedly the highest Holocaust in history. It wasn't until past 10 years or so where that number jumped from 6 million to 11 million all of a sudden. I personally think that is to credit the true Holocaust of the Congo, the Congolese people, killed by King Leopold III. In the same way, when you dive into Black Wall Street, those numbers were altered. They weren't, not one person in Tulsa was granted awards from insurance. Like, all of the insurance claims that they filed, like, not one was granted. The white businesses were granted, insurance money, from, and they had like a couple of casualties, whatever. Lawsuits were filed, blah, 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 blah. I mean, just to think, like 600 businesses were just gone. I mean, I believe it was like 21 restaurants and like movie theaters and like, I believe it was like 30 grocery stores. And I mean, they had a bus system and law offices and schools. And, when you think about, when these people ransacked these people's homes, before they burned their homes down, they were impressed to see these grand pianos and these televisions and these fur coats and all of these grand things. But before they burned their homes, they stole all of those riches out before they were burned. There's a lot of jealousy going on. I had to understand that pain. I had to understand that they named it a race riot instead of a massacre because of the laws of the statute of limitation. There's only but so far that you can go by naming it a riot. And I didn't know about that. I didn't know about Rosewood until the movie came out. But those are the only ones that really people know about. But there was so much more in the 20s. In the 30s, it was like the Perry Race War. In the 50s, it was the Peekskill race riot in Peekskill in New York. And Peekskill is still recovering from that, like way back in the 50s. They're building up their infrastructure in Peekskill. I have a cousin who lives there, and she's investing in a business, in a restaurant there. The Harlem Race riot in the 60s, Selma, Detroit, and on and on. Like, I didn't know about those things until I had to dive down and really understand the pain. I had to understand the pain of the move. Their organization was called Move, and their last name was Africa. The last surviving member of that is Ramona Africa out of Philly. I mean, these people, the police and the firefighters and the mayor, the first black mayor of Philly, they literally dropped a bomb on these people's homes on Mother's Day. On Mother's Day, killed children. I mean, when they were trying to come outside, they were shooting them. And just imagine, do I want to get shot or do I want to run back into this burning house? Because it was on fire. And they chose to run back into the burning house. What a way to go. There was only one child that survived. 5 children were dead. I had to understand all of that pain. I had to understand, wow. I mean, I could just go on and on with that. But as far as solutions, that pain made me love my people even more, despite how I am personally treated by my people. I'm treated by my people, not so well. And in spite of that, I still have a dying love for them. When I say dying love, I mean that. I'm not afraid to die, literally. And many of us don't I don't think that there's enough change going on because I believe that most of us are afraid of death, which is the ultimate sacrifice. And so, yeah, so I have a love for my people. So no matter what they do, I still have that love for them. As you know, the whole jumping situation that happened last Thanksgiving, I still have love for those three guys. Last summer, I was walking in Harlem in broad daylight, walking past the Apollo, minding my business, dressed just like you're dressed. And this dude walked past me with his girl. I'm thinking he's admiring my beard because it's like really, put together and things. And he was just staring at me. He walked past me. He was like, "You got the nerve to be walking in my motherfucking neighborhood, nigga, faggot." And I turned around. Who, me? Me? He was like, "Yeah, I should kill your ass, shoot your ass right now, bitch." And his girl was like, "Baby, stop, baby, stop, baby." I'm like, yo, if you willing to risk your life in broad daylight, because you're gonna go to jail. There's cameras everywhere here in the city, and you're willing to shoot me. You don't even know me. Go ahead. Look, by all means, go ahead, brother. Shoot me. And make sure you shoot to kill. Shoot me in my head. And I stood right there. And I walked away eventually. So even still, I still have love for my people because I know that it is a sickness. And the antivirus has not been installed yet. So I understand. I understand that we follow the leader, as I said before, as far as with businesses. We see people having their liquors, and now we want to get a liquor. We want to open up 1 billion soul food restaurants, instead of being strategic, as I said before, with opening up different restaurants, Italian restaurants, pizza shops, and hire Italians. Make them motherfuckers work for you, and you take that money and put it back in your community. I was going around in my neighborhood in these Arab stores to post flyers of my business. Many of them said no to me, but I literally shop with them daily. Arab. They will not invest in our community. They just take. Everyone just take, and take. McDonald's take and take. And it really bothers me when black people say, oh, they had one experience with a black business. One bad experience with a black business, and all of a sudden, oh, I'm not shopping black anymore because bad customer service. Black people got attitude. Well, motherfucker, how many times have you spent at McDonald's in your lifetime? You have literally, I would go out on a limb and say, you've probably spent more than $5,000 in your lifetime at McDonald's. And out of those 5,000 times, how many times have they fucked up your order? More than half. I want to go out on a limb and say that McDonald's has fucked up your order more than half of the time that you have visited them. That's my experience personally. But we go back and we shop at McDonald's though. We give them our money. But they don't invest that money back into our community. But we then say to black businesses, when we give them one time to fuck up, and then we then say, oh, I'm not shopping black anymore. That's not fair. And I understand because of the hatred that we have for ourselves. So we talk about solutions. Solutions at the restaurant thing, boom. We need to understand that we don't have any allies, number one. We are our only allies. Mm-hmm. Africans aren't even our allies. Mm. Mm. I have a severe spinal disease, okay? And there are times where I've been in the hospital for a month or 2 weeks or 3 weeks or so. And there was this African nurse attending to me. And He was fucking up my shit, putting the medicine in the IV, and the shit was just coming out my arm. Okay. All right, so we're watching this thing on TV, and I said something. I said, and y'all white folks excuse me, I said, you know what? These crackers get on my damn nerves. This African woman says, you people are so rude. Why are you people so rude? And I'm like, you people? When you say you people, you're separating yourself from the people that you're talking about. Mm-hmm. So her name was Monica Adubadu. And I'm like, all right, Monica Adubadu. What are you? You look just like me. And she's like, stuttering and shit. I'm like, look, no. Say, what are you? And she wouldn't say what she was. I said, oh, I see Cat's got your tongue now. So your last name is Adubadu, for crying out loud. I said, were you born here in these United States? She said, no. I said, so did you fly over here from another country or continent? She said, yeah. I said, well, where did you come here from? And she said, Nigeria. I said, so you're Nigerian, right? She said, yeah. I said, well, why didn't you just say that? I said, so you separating yourself from me. I'm regular old black person, what they call black, even though it's a color. But I'm a regular old black person. And she just proved my point with my college professors. They have this very superiority attitude when it comes down with black people in America. They literally tell their daughters and their sons to not date black people. Literally. So we have no allies. We are our only allies. If white people were our allies, then the shit that goes on now would not be going on. I had to delete I didn't have to, but I deleted, before I deactivated my Facebook as a whole, I deleted 95% of my white high school classmates. Why? Because when there was some shit going on that had nothing to do with police brutality, they were very vocal. When it was some black on black crime and shit, they were very vocal. But when it came down to police brutality, motherfuckers was silent, okay? Silent. So if they were our allies, this shit literally would not be going on, okay? So we need to understand that all we have is us. Like how we say, I am my brother's keeper. This is all, we only have ourselves. If Africans wanted to save us, them motherfuckers would have came over here and ran shop during slavery time. But they sold us into slavery. It's Native Americans. When we talk about slavery, I have not seen not one slavery movie that showed where the fuck these Native Americans were. Not one. Where the fuck was y'all hoes? They wanted their land. And in the clause, in these treaties that they signed, they were trying to not interfere with slavery. They're not even our allies. So, back to solutions, I would have to say that number one, before we can fix other people, we have to fix ourselves individually first. Self-improvement. I agree. We have to look at ourselves in the mirror and self-reflect on our own self. Seek therapy. There are free therapy sessions available nationwide. You just have to do the research. I personally believe if you don't want to have people in your town or in your city all in your business, go to the couple of cities next door to you and get into some group therapy where you can feel comfortable talking about your personal experiences, to let that out if you don't trust the people in your town that they're going to use that against you in the future. Change how you talk to yourself. This whole I can't, negative self-talk, demeaning yourself, that I can't, you will literally do what you say. There's power in the tongue. Quit spending your money on junk. That goes for food, clothing, investing in things that does not invest that. All this name brand shit. You know, it's women who are buying these Michael Kors bags, even though most of them are fake and knockoff. But you're buying a $5,000 bag, and you don't even have $10 to put in it. That makes no sense. Avoid the trap at all costs. The trap meaning drugs. The trap meaning cigarettes. Anything that can be an addiction. People, sex, family. That can be a trap. Your environment. I personally, recently, I separated myself from everybody in my life. Literally everybody, to do a 1-year sabbatical. Abstaining from sex, abstaining from smoking weed, abstaining from literally everybody. Relationships, friends, everybody. Even if you were good, everybody has to go. Mother, grandmother, grandfather, sisters, siblings. To really dive deep and understand why I am the way I am. Why do I react to things the way I react to them? And heal myself. And it was then that I was able to really help other people and not be selfish in a way. Because some people help people just like a dog. You could give dogs some food all you want, but the dog is more loyal to you than you're loyal to the dog, except for white folks. Understanding finance. Search for free economic courses at community colleges. They offer free courses all the time, online and at physically going to community colleges. As I said, my grandmother has 4 degrees, one of them being in economics. You would think that she would have taught me about stocks, bonds, saving, even know how to do QuickBooks. She knows all of that. But instead, she taught me how to cook, how to clean, how to mow the grass, how to be a worker and not a boss. I used to work, I'm not proud to say, but I used to work for Trump Towers here in New York City. And top executives would bring their 5-year-olds, their 7-year-olds to the office after school and during the summer to shadow them, literally to shadow them and learn the tricks of the trade on how to be a boss, not a worker, how to manage people. Internship during the summer. As far as with teachers, the majority of teachers are white women. Okay. And white women cannot teach your black men how to be a black man and to survive out here. Because number one, the black child might be acting out, and then they label him as, oh, he's ADHD, he can't sit still. Things of that nature. They don't understand our people the way we understand our people. So when your child comes home from school, ask them what they learned today. What did you learn today, son?
Oh, I learned about Christopher Columbus and how he founded America.
And it is then that you sit your child down and say, oh, okay, you learned about Christopher Columbus, right? Okay, child. So let me tell you the real deal about Mr. Christopher Columbus. Let me tell you how this man raped kids as young as 9 years old, girls as young as 9 years old. Let me tell you about those things, the truth about this man. Instead of sending your children to school and just let them just teach them whatever and not double checking what they have learned. So education, yeah. I believe that the children need to know about, stocks and bonds and economics and things before we even introduce them to rap music. Because rap and hip hop music literally is a trap.
Correct.
And it's toxic as fuck.
Correct.
The kids know every rap song, every dance, and you ask them to even recite their ABCs or to what's 9 times 9. They wouldn't know where the fuck to begin. But they know all these damn songs verbatim. And I believe that we as a people need to start holding these hip-hop artists accountable. Future, for instance, they interviewed Future and they asked him, so you really do this Molly Percocet and shit? He says, no, I don't do that. He said, I just rap about that because that's what my audience wants to hear. You can literally YouTube that interview. We need to hold these people to the fire and stop investing in these people who help destroy our community. As I said, white people don't have to do anything anymore. They've already done the work with the oppression. We're doing it for them. And it's in the music. We talk about how our women are bitches and hoes, and even Snoop raping girls while they drunk. We literally uphold these people, and we don't hold their feet to the fire. Stop buying their music. Stop going to their concerts. Lil Uzi Vert's name is literally Lucifer if you say it very fast. The man's name is Lucifer. And our kids are rapping this guy's lyrics whose name is Lucifer when you say it fast. You think he came up with that? I don't think he's that bright enough to come up with that. I think he's being used as a tool, just like the rest of them. So yeah, the music, boom. Politics. I believe that it is very ignorant for us to force and shame people into voting and not even know the logistics of voting. We don't even know how it goes. But if anyone said that they're not voting, for instance, last voting session, I did not vote for Hillary or Trump. People were saying, oh, you have to vote for the lesser of two evils. What the fuck? It's still two fangs on the same snake. So I voted, and I felt pressured, and I did. But I wrote in Betty Rubble from Clinton. I didn't vote for I signed in Betty Rubble.
I guess that's better than Harambe. I said, I guess that's better than Harambe.
Look, it was better than damn Harambe. And when I wrote that on Facebook, motherfuckers came from my head. Motherfuckers, you're the reason why Trump won. Hillary got the popular vote. We don't even know how it goes. As I said before, we need to get the most influential people in a room, have a conference. Instead of these other whack-ass conferences that we go to, revolt summits and all that other bullshit, have a conference where we bring all of these people together and the community together and vote on our 10 points of our 10 demands, or even 5 demands. As I said before, the white women went to Barack Obama and stated, hey, you're not going to get our vote until you give us more CEO and executive positions. You get our vote. Mexicans went to Obama, well, you get our vote if you give us all of our immigration and all of that. You get our vote. Gay people, you get our vote if you give us marriages and all of these things that come with it. Boom, you get our vote. Black folks, we just wanted a picture and an invite to the White House. We did not come with any demands whatsoever. And in Obama's term, he ended up giving reparations to Jews for the Holocaust, which never even happened on U.S. soil. And we still, to this day, uphold him as our father, Obama. So I believe that we need to get more politically educated and come together with our 5 to 10 points and stick with them. And that includes on what we're going to call ourselves. Because in world court does not recognize black people. You can Google that. In world court, black people is not a thing that you could come to world court and call yourself black. As far as local voting, my town is, the town that I was from is 52% black, 46% white. The white people run the town, literally. The mayor has been mayor in that town for over 15 years. The clerk of court, white. Sheriff, white. Every town council, white. When I got jumped last Thanksgiving, and they actually charged me, even though I was jumped by 3 guys, and they charged me with misdemeanor assault. Me. And I literally spent a week going to everywhere throughout the town, councilman, mayor, sheriff, everywhere. They would not even let me file charges on these people. You can literally become a magistrate in my town without a degree. All you need is a high school diploma. So I believe that we should definitely get more involved in the local positions. I'm trying to speed this up. Neighborhoods. The guy spoke on gangs. There is absolutely no reason why George Zimmerman, and I agree, why he should be alive to this day. There are so many gangs out here, and you guys have all this arsenal. You guys should be protecting us. Because me personally, if a cop kills my family member unjustly, he has to die. Either him, his wife, his daughter, his granddaughter. Somebody has to die. Eye for an eye. And I believe that we are still afraid of white people. That is the reason why you see all of these videos with white people police. They won't let you into buildings. They won't let the guy deliver the mail. They blocking the doors. And we're like, ma'am, get out my way. We have so much for calling them ma'am and please, and I'm going to count to 3. But if Pookie step on your damn shoes, you shoot Pookie. If Pookie spill a drink on you in the club, you fighting Pookie. Meanwhile, these folks are out here murdering, and they're just running amok. George Zimmerman should be dead. There should be 1 billion hits out on this man. My father was murdered. And some Jamaicans had a hit out on him. A hit. And they murdered him. Meanwhile, all these other people are just walking free. No type of repercussion. They still get their pensions, their money, and paid time off, and all of that. We're afraid. Even George Zimmerman isn't white, but he identifies as white. So yeah, the gang folks, send them motherfuckers to jail. I agree. Send them hoes to jail. Send them off to an island, all by themselves. Let them kill each other. We don't need them if they're not going to protect us. I'm sorry. I have a couple of more. As far as our communities and abortions and things like that, we need to understand that they're literally using our aborted babies for stem cell research and for cures for diseases and for all of these things. They're literally prices on body parts for our aborted babies. Melanin is sold by the gram. Melanin. You can Google it. It's literally sold by the gram. We need to hold these businesses accountable and hold ourselves accountable and not seek abortions and things like that. I mean, just be more responsible with our bodies. Because if you're so big bad to fuck unprotected, then you must have that same energy to raise the child. When you go downtown Manhattan, the liquor stores are called wine and spirits. When you go to the Bronx and Brooklyn, they're called liquor stores. It's literally strategic. And because we don't have any power within our neighborhoods, we can't control the narrative. We can't control what we see in our neighborhoods. So that's why getting into local politics is a thing. Law, politics, yeah, I believe as far as the owning aspect, as I mentioned before, with the hair business, they we brought in $63 million, 63.5 million to be exact. And out of $63 million, 54.4 million was spent by black people. The power of the black dollar. There's a document, if you can research, women's fragrances brought in $679.4 million in 2016. 152 million of that was contributed by black people. So common sense would say, hey, let's get into the fragrance business. Feminine hygiene products. 54 million out of 257 million was contributed by black people. Soap, juices and refrigerator. I mean, you can look up the list and I can send it to you. But the list clearly sees that we have buying power. But as I said, out of 35,000 beauty supply stores in the U.S., only 2,500 are black owned. But look at how much we contribute to the business. We need to stop literally supporting all of these shows. I mean, I know it may be entertaining, these Love and Hip Hop and all of those types of things, but I've seen from my own two eyes, there's colorism in Love and Hip Hop. And it's owned by Mona Scott Young. And I'm on set. And it's literally colorism on set. Literally. We see it through the TV screens. And I just believe that we just need to pull back our support from things and redirect it into things that's going to benefit us. I believe that we do need to get behind this reparations in ADOS and actually listen to people like Yvette Carnell, which is she's one of the founding people who created the ADOS movement. Look her up on YouTube. She does a lot of work. So I do think that we need to get behind that movement and not just throw it off as, oh, we're just going to give the money back to white people. But there's other ways in which that the descendants of slaves can be compensated for everything that was stolen from them. Because if you go to work and if your boss doesn't pay you for just a week or 2 weeks, you're ready to go to damn DCA or ready to go to the department to report them, and you're going to get your money. So how the fuck do you think that over 400 years of free work isn't supposed to be repaid? To me, that makes no sense. So, I know I'm kind of all over the place, but Yeah, those are just some points that I have. And as I said, the main focus is really the first thing that I believe that we need to do. The first priority is self healing. To me, that's number one, because it is then when you begin to love yourself and then to dive deep down into your history, and then you will begin to love your people. And it is then that no matter what they do, you will not take it personally. You will see it as ignorance in a way. Now, of course, like me, myself, I had to pull back from family and this, that, and the third, but that's because I'm still in my healing process. And next year, around September, I'll come back around and try to do some work, even though I've tried offering a beach house therapy where I was going to pay for my family to live in a beach house in North Carolina for a week, and during the week bring in a therapist to do individual therapy throughout the week, and on the weekends, and on the weekend do group therapy. Only 2 people in my family wanted to do that. Out of my grandparents, mother, siblings, I have 4 siblings, like aunt, uncle. Only 2 people agreed to do that, fully paid for and sponsored by me. They would just have to get there. As I said before, I had to force my little sister to watch a Hidden Colors documentary, which I find those kind of problematic in a way, but it's some insight in them. And it was as if there was a demon in her body. She would not watch it, yo. She just would not. And as I said, we wake up at different times. 9 o'clock, 7 o'clock, 10 o'clock. Some people wake up at 12 o'clock. If you normally wake up at 6 o'clock in the a.m., if I wake you up at 3 a.m., you're going to be ready to fight me. You're going to be upset. And that's how it is with our people. You can't force people to wake up. You could just drop some jewels here and there, drop some seeds, and hopefully water it, and hopefully it will grow. But a lot has to do with the mind, and I do believe with what you said about the mind, on how if you think negative, your life will be negative. Your mind is just like a garden. One side, you have your weeds and your poison ivy, and the other side, you have your vegetables. Whichever one you water the most is going to grow the most.
Correct.
So, I do agree, thinking about slavery and all of that, you're watering the weeds and the poison ivy in a sense. But you must understand the past first. You must understand that, and not what you've learned in school. Because when you go to school, you learn his story. His story. You don't learn our story. You learn his story, everything that he wants you to know. And books, when I was in school, they have slavery listed as indentured servant. I'm not fucking indentured servant. That's right. What the fuck? So that is why I believe that you have to double down and check on what your children are learning in school every day that they come home. You need to know what these teachers are teaching them, because the majority of it is bullshit. So, that's pretty much it. Saving, I believe that when you birth your child, put $100 a month in a stock or some type of savings. You love Nike so much, invest in Nike stock instead of buying Jordan. Invest in that. You'll get more from that than your wearing of that sneaker for less than a year or so.
Yeah, I agree.
So that's about it. Oh, I do have another part as far as boutiques. I do see that we have a lot of boutiques on the rise, a lot of online boutiques, but we don't have any manufacturing companies. We can have boutiques all we want, but we still have to get it manufactured by these white companies and these Jewish companies that will overprice you. Whereas if you build your own manufacturing company, you set your own rate. All the black people will come to this manufacturing company. and then we could get another, and so forth and so on. Another thing we need to hold, as far as shows, I like to big up the Tamron Hall show. Tamron Hall show, she has a lot of black staff.
Just Sarah donated $2 through Super Chat. Welcome back, new Kenneth.
And she's one of
Starstruck.
the
Sparkling
first
heart.
talk shows that her staff, it balanced it out between white and black. Whereas on the Wendy Williams staff, the majority of the staff is white on Wendy, except for hair and makeup and her wardrobe stylist. They're black. Producers, cameramen, director of photography, all of those people are white. So I commend Tamron Hall. I recently did some work there, and I noticed that she has a lot of black staff there. So yeah, that's it. I know I've been talking for a long time, and I know it's all over the place, but I hope that, some of it was useful in a sense. But I'll just leave with this. Reading is fundamental. And when Hitler began to lose power, one of the first things that he did was burn books. That was one of the first things that he did. And you can go back to slavery, why books were tucked away from us, and why many books from the Bible were stripped away. Reading is fundamental, and I know we don't like reading. I see many comments on the Shade Room and things like that. Oh, I'm not reading that. That's too long. And it was only a paragraph. Literally only a paragraph.
Terrible.
So I'll leave with that. Thank you for having me. I know I talk too much, but I'm back in the den. And I did come back yesterday. Someone wrote in my comment underneath my video on YouTube, and talked to me and things about coming back, and it's not, as I said before, I'm a soldier, and I've seen and experienced so much in my life, and I still go through things as far as with the gay shit. And this is my first time bringing it up with the gay shit. And so the reason why I left, just to make it clear for everyone, was mainly because when I was trying to defend myself from people coming at me, I was silent. And
DeMarquis.
Every single time that I have called in, from the very first day, the gay shit was brought up and mentioned in the comments, even when I did not even talk about it. I actually brought it up one time. She asked me a question when we were debating about prostitution. And at the end of that conversation, she was asking some gay questions. And it was then that I was like, oh, I'm not even going to go there. I intentionally did that just so I can see where people's minds would be at in the comment section. So look, you can call me whatever name you want to call me, whatever, but just give me the opportunity, because I can joke back too. And you stab me with a butter knife, I stab you with a machete.
Oh, well, goddamn.
That's how I roll. Just give me the opportunity to defend myself. And I was getting kind of fed up with the gay stuff, because that's something that I've been hearing and having to defend myself since I was 4 and 5 years old. And even with family members, grandmothers and mother and siblings and my brother, and just all these people to this date, as a 33-year-old man, still dealing with that. As I said, last summer, the guy threatened to shoot me just while I was walking past him. Jumped last Thanksgiving just by looking the way that I look. So that's something that I deal with on a real level. And I noticed the guy, I tried to call in last night when the person messaged me, and he was saying, we all get called names. Oh, you're gonna be white people in here. They're gonna might get called racist. Deal with it, or that's something you have to deal with. But you don't know what I face personally on a day-to-day level, being threatened with being killed. So I'm not asking for your sympathy. I'm not asking you to go soft on me. For the people who call me all of those names, please continue doing it, if you will. I just know, that you have some hidden things within yourselves, because I used to be that person. So, I'll leave it there. I know I talk long. Thank you for having me.
Well, Mr. Kenneth, before you go, Mr. Kenneth, and I think, like, I don't know, like I said, 'cause I responded to your email. I don't know if you got it before the show or whatever. It took me quite a while to finally respond. But, and I think that's just the culture of and I kind of expanded upon this in the email. But I think most people, they're going to give you a hard time initially to see if you stick around. I think, well, I'm the host of the show, so I haven't dealt with it. But I think everybody has gotten some shit. Your situation may be slightly different. But I think for the most part, man, a lot of people were asking, a lot of people were inquiring about, where's Kenneth at? And I think that whether they may say it or not, and even when you did call, and I saw a lot of people, say it seemed that they were happy that you were calling back. Like I said, I appreciate it, man, because like I said, you provide a different perspective. And we all, that's the point of the den, is to be able to see things from another person's shoes, things that you may not experience in your day-to-day. And so I appreciate you for bringing that perspective. And like I say, man, we're glad you're back around here, and hopefully you stick around, man.
Thank you for having me. And for the people, as I said, if you come at me with a butter knife, I might come back with a guillotine. So don't have your feelings up in a bunch. And I believe that what I've experienced with Black people is that we do whatever we do to people, but when they do it back to us, we can't handle it. So that's all I'm saying is if, the guy last night, he said about the vulgar, I mentioned, if a guy likes dick, but I've heard there have been segments about who is your favorite porn star, for crying out loud, where people were talking about sex and things and fucking and all of these things, and nothing was spoken about being vulgar and all of that. So what I'm saying is have it across the board. Don't come with your light switch syndrome type bullshit, off and on. Stay one way, because I'm going to stay one way. Like I said, I'm going to guillotine that ass, when you're coming. And I still love you, but I'm chopping the head off. Much love to you, same breath.
That's interesting. That's funny.
Thank you for having me, man. Sorry to take too much of the time.
Right. I wanted to make sure you got a chance to, get clarity and get heard. So I appreciate you calling in, Mr. Kenneth. And like I said, it's good to hear from you, man.
Thank you. Much love to everybody, even the trolls.
All right. You have a good evening.
You too. Take care.
All right.
Dan Strong donated $25. Honcho, much love. Prepaid, speak that gospel. Kenneth, you can only be you. I'll be back.
Man, shout out to Dan. So it's funny, man, because I tell y'all, like, throughout my day, I think about what's going on here and there, and I think about the Den folk, and I'm just like, man, it's been a few days since we didn't heard from Dan the man. Hoping everything his transition is going smooth. So that's what's happening, man. Shout out to Dan the man. It's good to hear from you, man. And like I said, you definitely know that when you get the chance, I will be waiting on your thoughts and opinions on this conversation. What's the motherfucking deal, man? We got on the line this evening.
What's good, Honcho? It's your boy, Dakota.
Dakota, what's the motherfucking deal? Now, Dakota, can you do me a small favor? I got to take a quick Honcho hiatus. I'm going to put you on hold for a hot second, and I'm going to be right back, and we can dive into this conversation.
All right, go ahead.
Y'all give me just a second here in the chat, and we're going to bounce right back.
Yes, sir.
Pardon me, y'all. I had to. All right, I grabbed some chips on my way back in, so you know. What's on your mind there, Mr. Dakota? How you? What are your thoughts on tonight's conversation, man?
My thoughts are they're the same as they always been. Now, a lot of people think I make excuses for niggas. I don't. I don't really give a fuck about niggas per se. Because Prepay hit the nail on the head. Niggas don't want to do that. They don't. And that just is what it is. But I list the reasons and the setbacks that we have to deal with. And sometimes I feel like the reasons and the setbacks that we deal with are discredited. Like I gave y'all my story, for example. But let me transition to another to this. So y'all were saying why these niggas ain't took out George Zimmerman. Mm-hmm. That shouldn't be our job. Mm-hmm. If police want, and this is if police want the respect of the black community, then protect us like you protect every other way. You don't protect us like that. And that's just the long short of it. I don't have to teach my kids to disrespect the law enforcement for somebody to get a general idea that, well, shit, you don't do that for me the way you do it for this people. And prime example, my mom was hit by a car Sunday.
Sorry to hear that.
Do you know how long it took the cops to respond to that?
How long was that?
3 hours and 14 minutes.
God damn. Okay.
3 hours and 14 minutes. Now, the lady sped off. Didn't ask my mom, was she okay? My mom got up and she got a broken tailbone right now. So when we called to report the lady because she lived in the apartment and the officer had to come back out, my sister called that officer at 7 o'clock. He didn't drag his ass up there till 11:45.
That's tough.
Where's the protection?
I agree.
But with George Zimmerman now.
But here's my thing on that.
As far as black.
And I wouldn't like to segue, but what I'm saying, like, say, let's make maybe I won't say necessarily comparative, but kind of comparative situation. So what I'm saying is, okay, you look at the George Zimmerman situation. Everybody felt like it was an injustice that was done. This guy got away with murder. That's how people felt, especially in the black community. But then you go to a situation like, you know, they went through the legal proceedings or however you want to call it. Then you have a situation like the Nipsey situation where niggas are literally making threats on the man's lawyer. The man's lawyer had nothing to do with it. They threatening the lawyer and the family just for doing his job. So what I'm saying is, like, why get involved in a situation like that compared to a Trayvon situation? Why are niggas so adamant about, say, an entertainer or a rapper or something like that, as compared to just a regular kid in the neighborhood?
And that's what I was going to segue into. Okay. So, with that being said, the Trayvon Martin situation. there's no way, shape, or form George Zimmerman should be walking as a free man. He should be in prison right now. What he did was murder, nonetheless. But he's a free man. Now, with the guy that killed Nipsey and the people threatening the lawyer, it's funny because this is how the justice system works. Mainly against black people. So again, I'm gonna go with this example. If I kill you, Honcho, the cops look at us and say, look at me and say, got your ass. Because not only am I gonna go to jail for a sentence no less than 25 years or get life, not only did you lose your life, I lost my life just in a different way. So that's two of us gone.
Correct.
Now, this is how street justice works. Now, if you got cousins in prison or gang members in prison that know I killed you, damn, my life's gone. Then my gang retaliates, and it's just a never-ending fucking cycle.
Correct.
Off of one bad decision.
Correct.
We lost a good 10 black men because of one bad decision.
Correct.
And as far as the whole lawyer thing, like with them threatening that man's family for doing his job, that's just idiotic. And that goes to my point about niggas. Niggas don't want to do that. But statistics, yes, we are disproportionately incarcerated, but statistics will have you thinking it's more black men in jail than it is in college. When that's not the case. There's more black men in college than there is in jail. But here's where they get us. Because the degrees most black men go for don't generate money. There's no economic advantage into the degrees they go for.
Correct.
So we have been, just mentally broke for so long, and I'm glad Mr. Kenneth said that because we don't deal with mental health in the black community. Like you said, people either try to pray it away or just say, "Oh, you crazy," and stop fucking with that person. Instead, they're addressing the real health, the real issue of the problem, which is his mental state. And I give you another example of that. There was two men, one white, one black. The black guy suffered from bipolar level 4 schizophrenia, which means the nigga was fucking bugged out of his mind, and he ran out of his medication. And because the law had changed, he could not get his medication on time. So he bugged the fuck out. Killed his wife and his 2 daughters. And when he snapped to, when they got him into the jail and gave him his med, the man said he deserved to die in prison for doing what he did to his family.
Yeah.
Now, the white dude killed his wife, strangled his baby girl. He had 3 daughters, strangled each and every one of them, and then shot himself. But the picture, this is how the media painted him. The white man was and I quote, this is what the media said. A loving father, a loving husband and father kills his wife, his children, and everybody couldn't fathom that he would do that. He was such a loving man. He was such a caring man. But you looked each one of your daughters in the face while you strangled them. That is not a loving man. That is a fucking monster.
Dakota, Mr. Prepaid says, would you mind if he joined you on a 3-way call? Let me phrase that because we got people in the den who will take shit the wrong way. So let me rephrase it. Give me 1 second. I'm adding to the call here. Let me see if we can do this the easy way. We're going to do this the easy way, or we're going to do this the hard way. All right, this should work. All right, give me 1 second. both gentlemen over here.
Dakota, you on?
Yeah, I'm here.
Okay. There we go. Okay, Mr. Prepaid, you said you had something you want to add to the conversation.
Dakota, I wanna give you a little insight on something that happened with the Trayvon Martin case. A lot of people don't understand this concept, so I'm gonna break it down to y'all. It's not George Zimmerman is not free because he's white or Hispanic, whatever he identifies as. George Zimmerman is free right now, y'all, because of the state of Florida. And let me break it down to y'all, okay?
The stand your ground law, right?
No, and see, that's what a lot of black people jumped on, but that's also not true. The stand your ground law basically is something where people can protect themselves. See, what happened in Florida around like the mid-'80s, they had a lot of, because as you all know, Florida's #1 state for retired American citizens. That's where you go retire. What happened was the gangs had started realizing, gangs and like young black niggas realized that you can kidnap these old ass people, beat their ass and steal all their money. You can hold these people for ransom. And that's why Stand the Ground came about. Because what happened was this is how they balanced the whole thing out, okay? But let me explain to you what really happened. The state of Florida, the state prosecutors are the ones who lost that case for them. And this is the reason why I no longer have Facebook. I told everybody when it happened that George Zimmerman was going to walk free, and everybody was like, "Oh my God, you're a coon. Why would you say some shit like that?" Let me explain something to you. What the state did was the state painted a picture. They portrayed Trayvon Martin as this innocent 16-year-old kid who was walking home, got attacked by this guy, defending himself, and that's how the whole thing went down. That's wrong. And let me explain something to you. Trayvon Martin was an innocent kid. He was walking home. He did smoke a little bit of weed. What happened was, and the most fucking thing that happened in that case was, the state of Florida knew that Trayvon Martin was whooping George Zimmerman's ass. They knew that George Zimmerman used his weapon to shoot Trayvon Martin to get him off of him. They knew it. All the ballistics had all the evidence. You know what they did? They went to that fucking courtroom and still tried to charge George Zimmerman with first-degree murder. First-degree murder, you have to have intent. You have to have intent. George Zimmerman had no intent to kill Trayvon Martin. Dakota, in a courtroom, in a court of law, in the most basic form, the defense has got to establish reasonable doubt. If they can prove that George Zimmerman had no intent to kill Trayvon Martin, how can we prove that he should be charged with murder? Do you get what I'm saying?
No, I understand perfectly. And
let me give you one other piece real quick, and then I'm gonna let you have it, okay? I want everybody to understand something. In the state of Florida, there is no parole. There is no parole in the state of Florida. So for the state prosecutors to try to charge him with first-degree murder, knowing they could lose that case, was flat out pathetic. You can get aggravated assault with a deadly weapon in the state of Florida, and you get charged with 15. You get 15 years max, 15 to 25 years, right? Why the fuck would they not charge him with that? Why would they not charge him with manslaughter? Why would they not? When he can't come home early anyway. We went from having a guy who could have been charged and got 15 years for murdering Trayvon Martin to now he's walking around suing motherfuckers for $1 million because the state did that. And because we as black people don't understand legislation, we don't understand laws, we had no idea. Everybody yelling about stand your ground. It had nothing to do with stand your ground. The same thing happened with the OJ case. How are you going to charge someone with first-degree murder if you can't prove intent? You have got, that's the element of the crime, and you have got to prove that. And the state couldn't do it, and they charged him anyway. A lot of y'all don't understand this, man. Mark Shamora, the state's attorney, the key for these people are end up in law books. They want to be the next Rob Kardashian. They want to be the next Johnny Cochran. And the only way they can do is get these high profile cases and charging people with the highest max of a crime. And it made no sense because in Florida, if you have no parole, what sense does it make? Aggravated assault with a deadly weapon would have put that man in prison for 15, 25 years. Why exactly did you charge him with man one? Why? Why would first degree murder? Why would you do that? It made no sense. And it broke my heart because out of all the people that black people are riding for, of all the black people they sit around and pump their chest, the Central Black, Trayvon Martin deserved all of our protests. Trayvon Martin deserved all of our love, all of our tears, all the GoFundMe, all that shit. And it's sad because we don't know the law, so we don't even know why the fuck he has the ability to beat that case. And I just want to clarify that, you know what I'm saying, moving forward. But you got the floor. What you saying now, Dakota?
Now, with that being said, you basically told me that his attorneys played the self-defense role, right?
Yes and no. His attorneys know the law better. Obviously, his attorneys know the law better than the fucking state's prosecutor, which is pathetic.
Which is true. And again,
that's pathetic.
That goes to the point that we're not protected like them. Because if they knew there was a chance that they were going to lose that case based on murder one, they still went for the max, knowing that they could lose that case, which is negligent because of the laws of Florida. Would you not agree?
I disagree completely, because the fact of the matter is, as Trayvon Martin's a little black boy, who else would they try to use to get their rocks off of? Think about it. If they're going to do a human sacrifice, if it's going to be somebody who's going to fall on the sword, why would it not be Trayvon Martin? If Trayvon Martin was a white kid, you couldn't go in that courtroom and try to charge George Zimmerman with first-degree murder. His parents wouldn't go for that shit. The mom and daddy be like, hell no, we ain't taking that chance. Charge his motherfucking ass with manslaughter. Charge him with aggravated assault.
I was speaking on the attorney. The prosecutors going to know that's negligent on their part.
But it's not negligent. But it's not gross negligence. You want to know why? Because Trayvon Martin had a mother and a father who sat right in that courtroom. Trayvon Martin's parents were sitting there with Honcho could tell us which one of the poverty pimps was hanging with them at the time. Which one of the poverty pimps was hanging with Trayvon Martin's parents? Which one was it?
I'm not sure. I don't know if I don't even remember. I don't think it was Al. Was it Al?
Wasn't it Al Sharpton?
It probably was Al Sharpton, and Al Sharpton know exactly what the fuck was going on. He's in a room with attorneys all day long, and somebody in that room told him, "Y'all about to fuck this case up." But because Trayvon Martin is black and his parents are black, no one said anything. I seen that shit coming from a mile away, bruh.
And I thank you for the insight, because I don't know how Florida law works. So that does change my perspective on why he's free. Now, it doesn't change my perspective on the justice system will fail us and not give a fuck about it. So pulling out of the neighborhood with police, y'all presence ain't really there anyway. So, and the whole no snitching thing, I agree 100%. That is the dumbest shit you can ever say. Oh, no, don't snitch. We don't snitch in this neighborhood. That's stupid, because you don't get the real criminals out of your neighborhood. They keep walking free. But if I've offered no protection, what am I supposed to do? Lose my life?
Dakota, but Dakota, here's the catch. Okay, here's the catch, bro. Sooner or later, we as black people have to understand something. We have to protect ourselves, okay? It's so important to have great legal representation. I go to the barbershop all the time. I get my hair cut. I get a haircut once a week. I get a lineup once a week. So I'm in the barbershop 2 days out the week, okay? Young cats, they see me in there. They sell dope, whatever the case may be. They ask me for advice. I always tell them, ain't nothing wrong with selling dope, man. Just have enough money you can pay for an attorney. I don't have a problem with criminals. See, this is how my world works, okay? I look at life in a big ass circle, okay? You need motherfuckers to get sick to purchase medicine. When the medicine don't work, you need a doctor, right? You got doctors, you need a hospital. See how this whole thing works? You need criminals in order for you to have attorneys. You need people to break the law so you can have officers. If you need officers, so you can have, you see how the big circle keep moving around? So I'm not one of those people who's holding them down telling people, oh, you living wrong, change your life, brother. Look, man, if you've been selling dope for the last 15 years, it's obvious you waiting for year 16. Hopefully by year 20 you can retire. That's what I'm guessing. I'm not going to tell you to change your ways. I'm going to tell you, look, bro, you can get yourself in a whole lot of trouble. But if this is the life you chose, have great legal representation. If you're going to be a criminal and break the law, you need to know how much time you're going to get when they catch you, because they going to catch you. Every gangster movie you ever watch, every nigga selling dope either die or go to prison. Now, if you got a drug story by somebody who's been doing it forever and never got caught, do tell, because I don't think they exist. But black people,
I don't know nobody.
But you see what I'm saying? You get everybody from fucking Nicky Ball, anybody you think of, motherfucking free Ricky Ross, everybody, free Rick Ross, everybody goes to prison. Here's the thing, bro. We cannot sit up here, commit all the crimes, sell all the dope, pimp all the hoes, have all the trap houses, and then we go to jail, and then we got a public defense attorney? Oh, come on, man. You can't blame it on the white folks and how the system ain't fair. You sold 20 bricks last month. Where is your money for your lawyer? Come on, bro. That's all I'm saying. You got to have, come on, man.
But I want to go back to something you said, and I'm sorry, I don't mean to cut you off.
No, you good, brother.
You said, I'm not going to tell him to change his life. I'm just going to advise him to have good legal representation. Right?
Yeah.
Why not try to extend a helping hand to this young brother instead of letting him go down the wrong path? Maybe, just maybe. Not saying that it will happen. Maybe you will say you saying something to him that want to spark some change in him. We don't have nobody sparking change. Well, I'm not gonna say we. The youth, the knuckleheads out here probably don't have that voice of reason and somebody to spark change into them. We just keep letting them get away with the dumb shit.
Okay.
Now I agree.
Now, I'm gonna tell you this. It's gonna make you laugh when I tell you this. When I'm getting my hair cut and they know I'm an attorney, you know what they come in there and ask? My barber tell them who I am. They're gonna come over, they're gonna tap me and say, hey man, I need some legal advice. And I be like, okay, what you got? And they tell me. When you come up here and tap me and say you want legal advice, they telling me right now, I'm not changing shit. I need to know when I get myself jammed up, what's my next step. Like, you know what I'm saying? And I tell them, look, man, if you get pulled over, and I tell them all the time, you get pulled over as a regular cop, and it's a regular cop. I'm not talking about the FBI. I'm not talking about the feds, none of that shit. I'm not talking about state troopers, a regular cop. Don't say shit. Let them arrest you and go to jail. Because a lot of time, it's a lot of illegal search and seizures, okay? Now, I've been to the barbershop before, right? And I had a dude. I know he sold dope because every time he comes, he got a pocket full of money. I know he sell big weight. Drove a big body Audi SUV. I'm talking about he doing it. White on white. He doing it. I like it. I like his taste in vehicles. You know what he asked me? He said, hey, man, how do I get out the game? How do I clean my money up? I said, okay, now we can talk. See, when a person want to get out their lifestyle, Dakota, they know how to get out there. They're going to ask the right questions. If you want to know how I became successful or how I'm doing it, they're going to ask the right questions.
But who's to say that he didn't see you on some other occasion and say, damn, let me think about getting out of here. Your presence alone could have sparked something in him. That's what I'm saying. I'm not saying try to preach to the choir. I'm just saying we need us as black men like me, you, the men that's in the den that's positive. Who knows the force we could be in the black community if we actually get out there and try. But I'm not gonna
here's
lie.
The thing.
I used to suffer from the same thing. If I go, oh shit, I make a little money now. What's them niggas trying to rob me? Because I used to do the same shit to people. So I got the mentality. But once I stopped being afraid of black men per se, I started to help other young black men get electrical licenses to go to school. Dude came to me, similar situation. He was like, hey man, how you be an electrician, man? I'm tired of not doing that. I said, go online, go to CELR, apply for your apprentice license, enroll in the IEC or San Jacinto Electrical Program. I saw this man 4 years later, which was last year. Dude is a journeyman now in a lead man position, commanding $19 an hour. And he walked up to me and said, thank you for helping me change my life. And I was like, man, you wanted to change. I just helped you on your path. That's what I'm saying. Us as black men, we need to try to do more instead of just looking at niggas and saying, well, fuck y'all niggas.
But
y'all ain't trying to do no better.
I think you said something key there, though, when you said it. But he wanted to change. He came to you with that mindset already. Because I think back when I was young, like I said, I was on some foolishness. At that point in time, it was an older gentleman, man. He was like a general foreman. He was running the sites. I mean, he had jobs all the time, and it was like a friend of the family. He always tried to put me on. I was fucking up. I went on one job. I fucked up, pissed hot, and he looked out for me. Didn't put me in the system or nothing like that. But it gave me several opportunities. But I didn't want it. Like had other options. I thought I just had other shit going on, and I wasn't interested. And so when you try to help somebody who's genuinely not interested, yeah, they hear you, they may entertain it, but if they don't really, really want it, you can tell them all the shit in the world. But if it's not in them, if that spark isn't already, you know what I'm saying, lit, then I don't. I mean, you sometimes you can be wasting your time, but at the same time, if they've never been presented with a certain level of information, if they've always only been told you can only be a ball player, sell dope, the basics, the general shit, then yeah, you can change. But I think the likelihood is slimmer. I think that people just have to want it. You know what I'm saying? Before any of that benefits them.
Yeah, and Honcho is 1,000% correct, because Dakota, you have to understand something. In order to obtain knowledge in this world, you must seek it. Knowledge is not gonna fall in your lap. It's impossible. You never gonna learn some shit if you don't actually seek out to learn it. You can only become an electrician if you seek it out to become an electrician. I don't know how to do any electrician work. I have no idea. But if I needed an electrician, you know what I would do, Dakota? I would call you. You see what I'm saying? But you can't go through this. You can't go through this world blind and just someday somebody will just wake up. Hey, wake up, nigga! I'm gonna teach you to be an electrician right now. Get up, nigga! This ain't boot camp. This ain't life boot camp, bro. I'm not gonna shake somebody and do that, because the fact of the matter is, fam, the only time you're gonna change your life is when you get fed up. When you hit rock bottom and decide you no longer want to live this lifestyle, then you'll come do right. But until then, I'm not here to tell you to change your ways, because I can't.
And
I can't, because it doesn't make any sense.
1,000%. I really do. All I'm saying is, I'm speaking in what's the word I'm looking for? I'm speaking in the sense of this dude. Has that been the first time that dude has seen?
No, because here's the thing. The cats in the barbershop who sell dope, they very observant. They know everybody comes in there. That's why they good at what they do. They know who I am. When they finally approach me, they have built it up. They know what's going on. Majority of the time, cats who approach me, ask me questions, I have no problem answering, because I don't do criminal law. First of all, I'm not your attorney. I don't mind asking questions for you. Second of all, they asking me questions because they done got jammed up. Because as long as shit going good, they not asking me nothing.
Exactly. And
when they realize certain cars is riding by their house all night, then hey man, hey bro, I need to ask you a question about da 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 da, and I tell them all the time. I told the captain, I said, look, dude, he told me how much he got caught with. I said, look, if you got 400 Percocets on you, you should know how much time you facing for getting caught with 400 Percocets. Look at the jurisprudence. Look at the previous cases. Google people who've been arrested with this amount of narcotics on them. You should know. So if you facing 17 years, you shouldn't walk into a courtroom and they offer you 37 years. You should wait, hold the fuck up. The last, you say the case, Willie versus Tyrell, SOD, whatever the case is, you know what I'm saying? Hey, offer 17 years. How you offer me 37? The judge will look at you and say, well, damn, I didn't know that. Let me look that up. That's how it's supposed to work. But I cannot make a person understand that who doesn't seek it out. They not finna listen, bro. They not finna come arrest me for selling Percocets. I don't sell those. But if you are a person who do sell Percocets, you should know how much time you're facing.
I think you're missing my point. I get what you're saying when you said the dude came and sought out change. He approached you with change. I'm just saying your presence alone, your presence. You didn't say nothing to this man. You just being in that place multiple times. He saw you well off. Your presence alone sparked change in him. I'm not saying we need to go out here and preach to a bunch of knucklehead motherfuckers that don't want to do no better. But my presence, with the last little dude I told you about, my presence alone, seeing me go through sickle cell crisis, seeing me fall out at work and stuff. Because he had started off as just general cleaner. And I fell out on the job. And he said, man, you fell out, you was in pain. Like, literally, I'm a grown man crying. That's how bad it hurt. And he said, man, you back to work in 3 days? I thought I wouldn't go see you again. Hey, man, how I want to do better? I want to do better. He said, how I get the electrical license? And it was just my presence. It's not that I said something to him. We chopped it up. It was like, yeah, I mean, it is what it is. It's like, how you doing, brothers? This, and that. But it wasn't nothing on no life changing stuff. I'm just saying, my presence, your presence, us being stronger black men, that media doesn't push. Our presence in our community has to account for something. That's all I'm saying.
I agree, Dakota, but here's the catch, okay? As an adult, I can't save other adults. I'm here for the children. Listen, bro. I mentor the children. I do pro bono criminal justice work for children, bro. The youth are our future. If you 30 years old still selling Reggie, I can't save you, bro. It's no saving you. If you sell drugs just so you can pay for your addiction to go and get high, I can't save you. It's over for you. You know what I'm saying?
And that person doesn't need to be saved. He needs to fall and hit his fucking head. He's a dumb.
Yeah, and that's the thing. So I can try to be this martyr for the black community and try to help and pull everybody up, and I can drown with them. Or I can say, you know what? A lot of you niggas took swim lessons and still can't swim. You jump in the middle of the water, you're gonna just drown. Now the kids who don't know any better, I can save them. So there's so much of my resources and my money and my time that I put towards the children, towards the youth, and trying to pull them back in. You know what I'm saying? I have to explain to kids all the time. There's only one LeBron James. There are millions of attorneys. Only one LeBron James. Millions of agents. Only one LeBron James. And if I can get through to one kid out of 1,000, I've done my job. But the problem is that when you're dealing with adults, they're so stuck in their ways that it's almost impossible to get through to them. So it's not that I've given up hope. I'm just realistic to the point to where it's like, I would love to help you if you want to be helped. I would love to save if you want to be saved. I'm not going to jump in the water and then you pull me underwater and drown me too. I can't do it. I work too hard to get where I'm at. I put a lot of young brothers on their feet. I've helped a lot of people get through law school. I've helped a lot of people, you know what I'm saying, accomplish their dreams. But when it comes to an adult, nah, bro. I can tell you right now, I've seen this movie before, and the sequel is as bad as the original. Exactly. But look, man, I don't want to steal the shine off your call, so I'm gonna get off of it, but I'm gonna listen to the rest of it for you, okay?
All right, I got you.
All right, bro.
That's a bit prepaid.
All right. But he said something that I was gonna get to. We just got to it a little faster. Our youth is our future.
Correct.
Point blank, period. He's absolutely 100. I can't save a grown man that don't want to be saved. I'm not even gonna try at this point. But what I was saying to him, and he understood what I was saying, was my presence, his presence in the black community. We should be more of pillars in our community. We shouldn't be afraid of our people. Now there are niggas out there that will try to come get what I got because they're gonna take the easy road. Where I'm at today, it was hard as fuck to get to. And just to solidify my point, there's a store by my house that I hate going to, but it's a taco spot right there. And I have to become this person I was in my early 20s, late teens. I have to put on this face like, nigga, I'm what you are. If you want to get grimy, I can get grimy too. And I hate being that person because that's not who I am. But I have to show these niggas that, nigga, if you want to get down, we can get down. No, and it shouldn't be like that. That's all I'm saying. And as far as the whole Trayvon Martin thing, I was using Trayvon Martin from a protection standpoint from the legal system. Like, we don't have the same representation and protection that other races get. Because when you kill a Chinese person, or when you kill an Asian person, when you kill an Asian or an Irish, somebody from England, when you kill those groups of people, those people will get together and demand reform, demand change. We, in the black community, we don't do that. We sit back and say, oh, well, that bitch ass nigga deserves it.
That's true. That's true, and that's part of the problem. Like I say, anytime you talk about an issue, especially when it's black niggas killing niggas or whatever how you want to look at it, it's like, oh well, man, that's just what it is. It's dismissed, and I think that if niggas put the same fervor behind niggas killing niggas as they did, with a cop involved shooting or some type of race involved, if they put that same energy behind each and every one of these things, then maybe something would change. Maybe would start seeing a difference, but they don't. When it's such and such kill somebody that nobody cares. And so that's why I say, to me, a life is a life. It shouldn't matter who the killer is for it to be determined how important it was. But for some reason, that's the perspective that we put on shit.
But I think that's one of the points I was making that got lost. In the black community, when black men kill other black men, they don't go free. Whether you want to call it street justice or police from the actual justice system, that black man that murdered that other black man has some type of consequence. Now, what makes it bad when other races kill us, and why I can't speak for anybody else, why I get so outraged and fucking hurt, because there are no real consequences. These people walk scot-free. These people get fired, lose their jobs, or get suspended with pay, get fired from that agency and just go 2 towns over to the next agency, and it starts all over. Flint, Michigan police station was shut down for systemic racism.
But is street justice really real justice? Because I mean, like you said, it'll be one person will have a situation, somebody else has a situation, but then that situation that should be resolved between 2 individuals ends up involving a lot more. Than somewhere along the way you hear these stories of, especially with these young niggas, they really don't give a shit. They shoot up your grandma's house, people who had nothing to do with it get involved in it. So I mean, is street justice real justice? I mean, is it really getting resolved, or is it actually a worse situation because now more lives are lost?
And that's what I was getting to. It's not really justice, but there is some type of consequence. You see what I'm saying? We still suffer from some type of consequence, whether that be me losing my life, me losing a family member life, or me serving life in prison. There was some type of consequence, devastating consequence for my action, for me taking another black man's life, as opposed to a white officer or just a white man in general. The worst happens to him, he loses his job, and that's it. He just goes to the next county over and get a sheriff's job there or a police job there. So we suffer consequences for doing stuff to ourselves, and that's what black people need to realize. We're not hurting anybody but ourselves. Point blank, period. And let me transition into something else, and we'll go back to the whole mental part of it. So there was this story outside of Ohio about 2 years ago now. This 10-year-old boy was digging through the trash, right? Hello?
Yeah, listen. Yeah, you said 10-year-old dig through the trash.
So this 10-year-old boy was caught digging through the trash, and the family came out of their house and was like, "Why are you digging through the trash?" Turns out that what they thought was a 10-year-old was an 18-year-old. He had been severely malnourished, starved, and dehydrated for the last 17 years of his life, because it just so happened it was his birthday. His growth had been stunted 7 years from being malnourished. Now, keep this analogy to when I transitioned to slavery, because we have been raped, beat, pillaged, what Kenneth said. They were breeding us, and we could be bred with our own mothers and sisters. That did something to us psychologically. And what it took 7 years to do, the damage that had been done between his between the time he was born and his 18th birthday, some of it would never be corrected because it's too late. But he started to pick up weight and started to look more like 18 than 10.
Yeah.
So, and this was 2 years ago. So I say that to say this. We have been mentally fucked off from slavery. And if you really get technical, we've only been free for 60 some odd years in America, like real true freedom. So our mental needs time to heal. Now that's not gonna happen with us, with grown people. Like Pre-K said, it's time to start targeting the youth. Get them into better programs, better teaching them about economics, teaching them about history. Because they don't teach us our history. And I've heard so many black people disassociate with that continent across the water, that being Africa, but that's where we come from, whether you deny it or not. And I say that because, do you know who Lucy is?
Lucy's supposed to be the original human being.
She is the oldest woman known to man. They found her bones over in Egypt somewhere. I don't know the exact place. But there are constantly being tombs and artifacts and bones being found in that land. Have you ever heard of mummies and artifacts being found in America, being dug up in America?
No, I can't say that I have.
That's because we as black people, some people will say, "Oh well, my people were native to this land. We were here first." A lot of people confuse being first with being native. Just because we were here first don't mean we were native to this land. It just means we were here first. We were the native Indians. Black people were the native Indians, whether you want to believe it or not. But they don't teach us this in school. That's what I'm saying. Like, our history and our history is so blotted out that it's a problem, because if you don't know who you are, how can you ever go anywhere? We talk about it all the time with the Texans. The Texans don't know who they are, so that's why they continue to fall short when we think they should succeed. And that's why black people fall short, because we don't know who we are. We don't know the power that we had before we were enslaved, before we were put in chains. So we have to correct the mental, and like Pre-K said, it's too late for them people. Some of them might want to change, but they got to come to us for the change and the reform. It's time to start targeting the youth and telling them, hey, this is what we were. We were kings. We were queens. We were this. We were that. We were and you know, we were the bricklayers, the original doctors, the original architects.
So here's my thing, and this was actually interesting because Kenneth mentioned something like about this earlier when he was talking about Doobie-Doo. I can't remember the name. I think that was the name, of Doobie-Doo, the nurse. And this is something that I always ponder when I look at Africans versus, you know, Black Americans, and this is why I say the things that I say about, you know, slavery and understand. And again, like I say, some people are going to have a maybe a more permanent attachment. I think, yes, history, how you were raised, family ties do matter. You know, there are, I guess, layers to it. But my thing is, and this is why I say that I think it's important to know the history, but not to, like I say, just to wallow in it. Because I look at Africans, they come to America, and we talk about racial profiling, we talk about all these things just because you're Black. Nobody can tell the difference between an African and a Black person at a traffic stop until you get to talking to them and you say, "Oh, may I help you, sir?" You talk to them, you hear the accent and all that other shit. But, I don't hear the same conversations when it comes from Africans or the issues that they have when they come to America. And so that's why I say, because one, the hindrance that they don't have is that they are not focused on the slavery act. They're disconnected from that. And so that's why I'm like a firm believer in know your history. It is very important. And I think if you knew your history and what they truly went through with far less opportunities, but they still fought for it. They still strive to succeed as best they could when the odds were truly against them, that you would realize all of the opportunities that you have now in this day and age. The obstacles are insignificant compared to what they had. And you take advantage of that shit and you run with it. I mean, you get you motherfucker, you hit on a 99-yard touchdown with that bitch. You get that bitch on the goal line and goal line to goal line. Like, there should be no stopping, because these people went through real. I mean, we're talking not just slavery. We're talking about post-slavery, Jim Crow. We're talking about all these things that they had legal roadblocks. Like I say, now we don't have these things. But the problem now is, which is crazy, that then with those legal roadblocks, they had a better sense of community. But now, us having more freedom, we don't have that same sense of community, but we have all the freedom in the world. And so I think part of that is regaining that is important. But I think part of it has to be letting go of the whole, not letting go, but not focusing solely on the slavery aspect. Focus on the future. Because here's my deal, man. If you walk out your house, but you look backwards at your house the whole time you walk out your front door, you just keep walking. Eventually, you're going to walk into a street, you're going to walk into a wall, you're going to get hit by a car, something's going to happen because you're not paying attention. And you're missing all the opportunity that's in front of you because you're constantly looking backwards. Of course, know your house, your home is important. You want to remember how things were when you left it. All that stuff is very important. Come back to it when it's time to rest, relax, or however it is. But you can't miss the opportunity that's in front. And I think that's the problem so many of us have, is that, that one, it's a somewhat of a knowledge about slavery, but they still use that knowledge like it's being, that same predicament is placed upon them today, and they don't take advantage of the opportunities that are there. And so the way the Africans come to America and move, it makes me think that maybe if there was not so much of a focus on slave, so much attachment to that, because I think that's part of what keeps that mental illness or the virus, like Kenny said. I think so much focus on, well, my people were that, I must be that because this went wrong, I must be that because that went wrong. Like, I'm all about acknowledge it, understand, be thankful that you're not enduring those same misdeeds, mistrial, whatever you want to call them, and take advantage. And that makes you should be more grateful of every opportunity you have now to blow that shit out the water. And I think a lot of us have it backwards. And that's just kind of my view. And that's why I disconnect, I guess you could say, the best way to say, no shit. What happened? I don't know what happened I don't know what happened to Dakota. Cut out. But like I said, what I was saying is that's why I kind of disconnect from the whole idea. My bad if that was on me, if it hung up. I'm not sure. It ain't. I can't tell. Okay, there we go. What's the motherfucking deal?
I don't know what happened.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I don't know what happened. The prepaid call was still up there, but yours it disconnected. But I'm saying, that's why I say, I don't want to say disassociate, because it just sounds like I don't give a fuck. I'm aware of it. Time to time, you acknowledge, hey, you know what? There were hardships. Hey, study your history. Soak in that knowledge for that time being. But then I think you need to soak in more knowledge of, the way the world is trending, where it's going, because I think that's what hinders us, I think, more than anything. I think that's what stunts the growth more than anything, is because we're so focused on looking backwards. And then when these the opportunities pass, like tech has developed so much. Oh, well, we were excluded from tech and all this other stuff and this and this. No, we weren't. we were just focused on the wrong shit. We focused on this thing, or we focused on that thing, and all of our attention is on this shit and on that shit. We weren't focused on the opportunities that are presented. That's why we don't dominate any industries. That's why we don't capitalize on the opportunities as a group that are being presented, that are in front of us. Because I think there's segments of us, large segments of us, that are focused again on what was missed, slavery, or all these other things. We're more focused on the complaining about the spilled milk. Instead of, hey, look, well, there's a fresh new gallon of milk in the fucking refrigerator. Let's pull up something new. Let's do something new. Let's do something different. And we still worried about the old shit. And that's kind of the mentality that I think needs to be embraced. And that's why I don't push the slavery message as much. Like I say, but again, recognize that, no, you need to know your history to the best you can to have a foundation for yourself.
Well, see, this is my issue with the whole slavery thing. Mm-hmm. Modern day schooling will teach you that Black history started with slavery, which is absolutely false.
Correct.
We were more than that before we were wrongfully enslaved. That's the part of our history that don't get taught. I'm with you. We need to stop focusing on slavery because we were more than slavery. Slavery was just the incident that happened to us, and on our journey to where we are now.
Sure.
So, but again, that's by design. Because what happens if I inspire a bunch of people I can't get rid of? Because I forgot how this conversation came up, but I was watching something on YouTube, and I want to say late 1930s when it was during the civil rights, when people were trying to say, well, we need to put them on boats and ship them back to Africa, and one of the white psychologists said, if we would throw all Black people back in Africa, they wouldn't know what to do. They wouldn't know how to survive because we have destroyed their connection with their continent. So they basically made it impossible for us to be sent back to Africa. And it's not that we can't go back. It's just they were saying that's not a solution. Don't try to send every Black person back to Africa. And with that being said, with Africans that come over here, they have access to certain grants and loans that we don't know even exist because we're not given that information. Like certain Nigerians, there's a grant out there for Nigerians due to the whole, they made a movie about it. The Hotel Rwanda, based on that event that happened to them, they could come over here and get a grant to go to school.
But see,
but
then that movie there though proves my point too, and I remember watching that and thinking about this, and that's why I say, I look at it like this. No matter where you go, there's going to be differences. Our history, just as Black Americans, just so happen to be slavery. But you go over there, a lot of people talking about, let's go back to Africa and let's look at how the Africans, them motherfuckers was mad about the size of your nose and shit. You know what I'm saying? And was waxing each other. So it's like I think we we put too much focus on, like I said, the problems and the things like that. And I agree with you about there are loans and things, but there are loans that, you can get as Black people that, we're just unfamiliar with. There's lots of government grants, loans, and things depending on, but a lot of that is maybe in fields that we don't want to venture out or get information about. I remember somebody was telling me, it was talking about certain things like, man, see, a lot of people want to do what they want to do, but they're not going, the government gives away a lot of money. But you have to go to where the money is. You can't expect that money to just come to you. And there's a lot of opportunities out there, but we don't go towards those things because they're not cool. They don't look good. It's not necessarily in the field that we want. But hey, if you go towards that money, you find out where these grants are being given, you venture off into that space. One, you're doing something different and probably something that's not highly saturated. You'll get the money you need, and then you can always come back to other things, or you can always expand other things. But a lot of us don't tend to think like that. But other groups are moving. Okay, well, this is what I got to do this. Okay, well, I'm gonna do this first, and then I'm gonna get to this other goal, or I'm gonna apply this to something else, or I'll put somebody else on, whatever else it may be. And that's kind of part of the problem too. So we're unaware of a lot of opportunities that are available for us too, as Americans, Black Americans, or however you want to look at it. But that Hotel Rwanda thing, that's what I say. Like, that's one of the things that changed a lot of my perspective, because it's just like, I mean, it doesn't matter where in the world you are. There's going to be some type of history of oppression, violence, murder, whatever you want to call it. And so my thing is, man, all of that is important, and I agree with you, about the history, knowing more than slavery. But what happened with slavery is it fucked a lot of the records up, it fucked a lot of information up, and it's difficult to know. But hey, that doesn't mean you can't go and study African history. You can learn about these things. But ultimately what comes down is we're here in the here and now. And I think we need to be more focused on the future, especially we're in the information age. We're in the day and age where technology is expanding at a rapid pace, and we need to be focused on those things. I'm not, again, like I say, history is not important, but we just have to take advantage of new things. And I think that, and that's what I'm talking about when we're talking about solutions. It's just like, I think we have to look at what is new and what's happening. But we're being trained, like you said, by ourselves, I feel more than anybody, by a lot of these quote unquote pro-Black leaders, to focus on those problems, that we're distracting ourselves from our own solutions.
And just to touch on that whole slavery thing again, so when we were emancipated and let go by Lincoln, this is the story of the Ku Klux Klan. Lincoln gave a certain number of slaves the property from the Carolinas down to the southern tip of Florida. What white people deemed as trash ground, trash land, couldn't do nothing with it. Black people made that shit pop. It became the third largest grossing region in that time. So the Ku Klux Klan got together and basically by the states and the Senate, and was like, hey, they took y'all land wrongfully. Go get it back. So that's where the Ku Klux Klan came from. But I bring that up to say, why don't they teach us that? Why don't they teach us certain events that in history after slavery where we were thriving? It's a strategic information gap that they want to keep, because what happens when you empower a group you oppressed for 400 years? You get a whole bunch of unruly motherfuckers you can't do nothing with. See, when Arabs, Asians, and other class of white people come over here, they get out of hand and get out of line with the government. They all can be deported. We can't be deported. So they wouldn't know what to do with us if they inspired us. So they have to keep us economically and educationally at a disadvantage, because they are afraid of, if we get into power, that we will do to them what they have done to us since the dawn of America. And that's the dumbest thing I've ever seen, because white people have to look at history and what's happening now. Black people you could shoot our grandmothers literally, and black people would just say, well, it is what it is. That's it. We will not fight for each other. We have lost the ability to fight for each other and hold each other accountability with compassion. Not just holding each other accountable, we need to hold each other accountable with compassion. But we look at every other race and hold every other race, and even dogs, we give them a certain amount of compassion that we necessarily won't extend to our brother, won't extend to our sisters. We ready to write our sisters off as bitches and hoes because of the women we ran into. But you got to understand, we're energy. We attract what we put out in the world. Some people call it karma. Some people call it reaping what you sow. It's it's just laws of attraction, laws of physics. That's all that shit is.
Yeah,
so and we're constantly being divided by the media, by the black media more so than any other media, because the black media, like, let's take Tyler Perry. All his movies end up with some woman getting beat the shit out of. She finds this one man, and the woman gets revenge on the nigga that beat the shit out of her. When in reality, that's not how it's happening. I have never in a day in my life put my hands on my wife. I don't know any other dude that I run with that has ever put their hands on their wife. But if you look at media, that's all they paint the black man in this image of we're savages.
But then the crazy part about that is the black women start buying that message though, because it's a lot, like I say, it's a lot of black women there with the disconnect in the family, and I think all of those things, they start believing that message because you seeing that image so much, they start believing the nonsense.
And I was just going to touch on that. We as black men and black women have to come back together. We got split up, and I'm gonna tell you how they did. For the black women, it was feminism, and for the black men, it was welfare. Black men started telling them, well, shit, since in the 1970s, well, shit, since I can't get out here and go get no job or whatnot, I can't find work. Say I'm not in the household, and you get these food stamps. And black women started saying, okay, cool. And then when black women got tired of that shit and said, nigga, you need to you need to come to a higher standard, that's when they came with the idea of feminist. And black women fell for that shit because black women got to understand, feminists did not apply to you because you were already in America at that point. You were already grossing more than the man, because they had shut the man's way of providing for his family down. So you were already outgrossing him. You didn't have a fight with your man being paid with the wage gap. That was a fight between the white woman and the white man. But they sucked black women into it to divide us. And black women fell for that shit. And as much as I fight for my sisters, they gotta hold that L. Y'all traded us for some shit that had nothing to do with y'all.
Ron Liza, you're whack. How dare you diss Nas? But yeah, I agree. Like I say, but a lot of it, like I say, when you go back and look into it, and we can talk about, the system, we can talk about the structure, but ultimately it comes down to the nature, and we can talk about where that comes from. But it seems like everything ties into immediate gratification, one way or another, that we're not thinking about the long term. Well, what am I, well, I'm getting money right now. I could be a single mom and have these kids, and, I'll be all right, but I'm not thinking about the long term impact that this is going to have on my children and their children's children, or the mentality my daughter may have, my son may have. As far as all kind of different various activities that we engage in, like I say, the promiscuity, the music, all the entertainment. And so, but what's so crazy now is that niggas are indoctrinating niggas. It's not even about white people. It's niggas are indoctrinating niggas. That's who's singing the message. The niggas is coming up with the songs that got us doing the tomfoolery. The niggas are coming up with shows, like you said, Tyler Perry. We can talk about everybody else. A lot of these shows that are diverse and inclusive are operated by black people that are still perpetuating a message that is not benefiting us, or not benefiting people who may be more traditional, let's say, traditional minded. And again, like I say, the long-term impact is because niggas promote and look up to entertainers and entertainment more so than anything else, is that we continue to get dysfunctional, remain dysfunctional. I mean, think about it. A new dance comes out, everybody knows it, everybody doing it, old people doing it, young people doing it. That's woke. This is lit. Let's spread this message. Little girl come out with a business, little boy come out with a business. Nobody want to talk about that. Nobody wants to promote that. Little girl going to what, college at 12, Saw a story about that the other day. Nobody wants to talk about that. One, because I think people feel embarrassed because their performance was lackluster. But we don't promote the education. We don't, like I say, it ain't too many coaches I've ever seen to sit there and clown motherfuckers for being smart. Like it's an embarrassment to be intelligent. And so, like I say, at this point, I don't know if you heard about this study that they talked about. They did a long time ago with a bunch of monkeys, and what would happen is the monkeys were put in this cage, and I believe it was like some bananas or some type of treat at the top of this ladder.
Experiment.
Yeah, and so whenever they would go for it, they would get shot with the little water, or the other monkeys would get shocked, whatever it was. But basically, something bad would happen to the other monkeys every time a monkey would go up. So eventually, every time that monkey started trying to go up that ladder, they pull him down, right?
That other monkey would whoop his ass.
Yeah, and then they bust ass. So they start replacing the monkeys, and at first the new monkeys would do stuff, and it got to the point where it was never a ladder. There was nothing. The new monkeys just started whooping their ass. They wasn't never a part of the procedure. But because they've been indoctrinated, and this is where we are, and it's through the music, it's through the television, it's through the shit that we love, and it's the easiest excuse, and we self-indoctrinate. This is why I say I really, when we talk about diet is not just the food you eat, it's the books you read, it's the entertainment you put in your mind, it's the messages through the music, and people just say, it's just a song, it's just a TV show, it's not gonna hurt. You watching these messages, you repeating these words, you are instilling these thoughts into your mind, regardless of how you feel about it. It's just like affirmations, just like meditation or any of these other things that you continue to repeat these same messages. So if you're filling your mind, your thought process with detrimental thoughts, you may not jump out. You might not go out immediately. And I'm not going to say, everybody's going to start just selling drugs or anything like that. But some of the other shit, some of the more maybe promiscuous lyrics or something, it might not be in you. But just that one day. And one day, you know what? Why not? And then one day can be that mistake you made. Or, one day you enjoyed it. Nothing bad happened that time. Well, let me try it again. All it takes is it's like a gateway. We talk about gateway drugs and things of that nature. But it's a gateway to eventually training your mind to think differently. And a lot of people say, I wouldn't do this and I wouldn't do that. All it takes is the right opportunity. All it takes is the right opportunity. And people, we downplay it so much, but not realizing that we're doing this to ourselves. And so that's my thing is just like, and if you're not with the hip, if you're not into pop culture as a black person, well, what are you? You're whack. Oh, you're a coon, or you ain't got the culture, or you get ostracized by other black people, right? And so that's what I'm saying. Like all these things, we perpetuate this stuff to ourselves, and that's the crazy part about it. Like I say, that's my issue. Like I understand that we have a lot of problems. I understand, the history and things, but right here in the here and now, everything has worked so well, I guess, that we doing it ourselves. But the funny thing about it is that we all know these things, right? We all know the history. We all know the background. We all know the impact, the cultural, the financial. We all know this stuff. But yet for some reason, it's too hard to step away from it. It's or en masse, some of us here, some of us there. But it's too hard to step away. We all know it, but it's easier to cast blame on somebody else. So that's why the reason why I can't get away from this is because somebody else made me do this. When that's not true at all. At this point, we're doing it to ourselves, but we don't want to take blame for that, And that's kind of how I look at it. Because again, good.
But see, this is why I disagree with that, and we can go back to the monkey experiment. Mm-hmm. The monkeys were reacting to, brutality because that's what they were taught. Mm-hmm. And who did it to them? The fucking people that stuffed them in that cage and said, "Hey, you have a unlimited amount of resources and opportunity, and if that's just what they were accustomed to." Mm-hmm. So again, it goes back to the whole mental health thing. If you don't know any better, you don't do any better. And if you know better and you still choose the dumb shit, then yes, we as black people need to write them off. Go back to the music and media thing. We don't own publishing and production companies, and when we do push the stupid shit. We as black people need to do so. We can go all day with the blame game and whose fault it is, this, and that. I haven't gotten to the solution. So let me get to the solution. because I can go all day with saying white people that fall for our demise and this, and that, and we ain't gonna never get nowhere. So with the solution, yes, white people and the powers that be put us in a state that we don't know how to get out of, and this is how we get out of that state. One, we can't save everybody. It's time to start targeting the youth, get them in the programs, build institutions so we can educate our youth, we can treat our youth, we can teach our youth about banking and finances. We need banks, we need hospitals, grocery stores, and education institutions. We need to start with the basics. Those are the 4 basics we need. And us as black people need to circulate our money in our community to get these 4 institutions. Now, once we do that, then again, everything else will start correcting itself, because we will have a strong culture and saying, hey, yes, slavery happened, but we're bigger than that. So that's the next step. And then we need to go for ownership of real estate, media production, but it all starts with fixing our minds. Our minds are broken, and we're too busy playing the blame game instead of stepping outside of the blame game and saying, hey, yes, this happened, but I'm bigger than this. And it starts with the youth. Point blank, simple. So I agree with you. Like, yeah, we can play the blame game all day and say, what the hell is wrong with black people? We already know what's wrong with it. But we ain't gonna never get nowhere.
Correct.
You see what I'm saying?
I agree.
And I really feel like this is the main thing we need to focus on. We need to know who the enemy is and how to combat that enemy instead of looking at other black people as the enemy. Because what we're doing right now is looking at each other as the enemy. Oh, you don't want to do no better, so I'm gonna write you off. That's not the case. We are victims of the enemy, and whether people want to say white people aren't the enemy or not, to be honest, scientifically, we naturally attack white people and don't even know it. And I'm explaining to you before I go. Do you know our skin gives off ultraviolet rays?
I didn't know that.
You ever notice when you were in a room with a bunch of black people get hot as shit? That's because our skin literally gives off ultraviolet rays.
I thought the niggas just had hot breath.
No. And white people, they're dark-skinned people. We're light-skinned people. They're dark-skinned people. Their skin gives off. Their skin doesn't give off any light at all. That's why they function better in the cold. Because if you ever notice, when it's a group of white people, the temperature feels a little lower than what the room temperature is. And these are all scientific facts that can be looked up. And when we stand next to white people, we can literally give white people skin cancer over time because the rays that our skin gives off is the same ultraviolet rays that the sun puts out. So they get headaches and they get frustrated with us, but that's because we're just naturally opposites. We're polar opposites in that fact. And a lot of people don't know that. And again, it starts with education.
I'm gonna have to look into that. I'm jotting that down. I'm gonna have to look into that one. That's an interesting one.
But what I was saying about prepaid. My point is, our presence in our community has to account for something. Whether that be we're targeting the youth or we're targeting people that actually want to change. Our presence needs to be in our communities instead of writing all niggas off if they don't want to do no better. And I'm going to end it on that.
Okay. All right. Well, that's about Mr. Dakota, man. Like I said, I appreciate the conversation, and I appreciate your point of view, and I thank you for calling in this evening.
No problem.
All right. I'll talk to you soon.
All right.
All right. Shout out to Mr. Dakota. What's the motherfucking deal? Who do we have calling in to the den this evening?
Oh my God. It's fucking Lady Listen.
Lady Listen, what you know about?
Okay.
You don't know nothing about black people, Lady Listen.
Man, look, okay. Is that me making an echo?
It might be.
Is it? Hold on.
I don't know.
Let me make sure. Okay, hello?
Yes.
No, hell no, it's your ass.
No, okay, I don't need no echo. I'm just saying so many things.
Okay, so, man, let's talk about Dakota. Was that Dakota?
Yes, that was Mr. Dakota.
Oh my God. So, Dakota, get off of your shit with this ultraviolet fucking black people giving white people headaches and blah, blah, blah. That's all I need to be here, and I lost my fucking mind. I've been with the blackest of the black for 15 motherfucking years, and I'm talking about the only reason this motherfucker gives me a headache is because, you know what I'm saying, he just get on my goddamn nerves. It ain't got shit to do with him fucking putting off ultraviolet fucking rays and shit like that.
But true or false, when he get up in that thing, he heat it up, don't he? See, so proved him right. So bye.
You fucking right. You goddamn right. That's why when you go black, you never go back, goddamn it. They ain't never lied about that shit.
Okay.
He needs to stop that talking about skin cancer. Bitch, I should have been had skin cancer then. So, fuck. Oh, my God.
Okay.
Wow.
I'm gonna look that up. I'm gonna see if you got any references to that. I would definitely like to check that out. But how was your day, Miss Lady Licious? How are things in your world? And what do you think about tonight's topic?
Man, I don't know. It ain't really too much that I can say on it, but I have to say what you said. I so totally agree with that. Like, you cannot move forward and just keep holding on to the past. And like I said, that goes for everything. You know what I'm saying? For all cultures, for fucking relationships, you know what I'm saying? All kind of stuff. I mean, it's fact. That's 100% real, and I totally agree with you on that. You know.
And like I said, man, I try to look at what has worked for me. Now, I could definitely be more consistent in the way I apply things, but when I focused on problems that I've had in the past, and I blew them up and made them bigger than what they were, I moved much more stagnant. I didn't move at all. I was stagnant. But once I started kind of saying, hey, okay, well, that opportunity may be dead and over with. What other opportunities are presenting themselves? And when I focused on those things, opportunities came. Other opportunities that I didn't expect to happen, happen. I mean, sometimes you don't have to expect to be thinking up for the cake. This door that's straight ahead. Sometimes a little side door open up. And that's just kind of the thing that I'm looking like. I mean, you got a lot of people, and I think that mentality is bad simply because everybody doesn't have the same mental strength. So to some people, you sit here and say, okay, well, the system is bad. The white man's oppressing you. They give up. That's it. They give up. They're not even going to try. They're not even going to make an attempt. I can't win, man, because, the system holding me down. The white man got me down. This got me down. They're not going to try. They're going to take the next easiest road, which is going to be some bullshit. Some people are gonna, okay, well, I don't necessarily agree with that. Let me see what I can do. But then at the first time they meet a little roadblock, then that's when they're gonna give up. And they're gonna say, well, yeah, I tried, but the reason why I couldn't is because the system held me down and knocked me down. But then you got some people who are going to go above and beyond, and then they'll say, well, regardless of what was put in my way, I still achieve. And then, like I say, but I think if you avoid ingraining that level of thinking into people, and you just say, hey, man, you got every opportunity in the world to do what you want. Let's look at people who've done it. Let's look at people who've done it. Let's look at people who've done it. Then, and you to me, it makes the pathway seem much more clear. But then you got certain people who will say, well, and it kills me because, like I said, I venture into Black Twitter sometimes, and that's the most disgusting place on the planet because there's literally a bunch of people that I follow. A lot of them in real estate. A lot of them have, own businesses. These are Black people. And when they give out advice and stuff, it'll be other Black people coming, well, there's no way you can do, oh, you were privileged, you were this. And these are people who grew up in the projects. These are people who grew up in the hood and they didn't make excuses. They found a way. Some of these niggas got charged. These niggas was gangbanging. It was like, but they changed their mentality. That's the one thing that you can see across the board is the mentality that they have, and that mentality is moving forward. And that's why I feel like a forward-thinking mentality is the best situation. Everything else is all in well. Yep. If you want to fix the problem, it's a economic solution, and that's the only way. Because then, like I say, if you start businesses or you can teach people how to make money without having to go and apply. So regardless of what background they have or whatever mistakes they got or they don't have a degree or something, if you can provide opportunities for people to make money, make an income, and grow that way, people don't look, man, if you got $1 million in your pocket, you're not worried about the trivial ass shit that's going on around the world. You finna go do some shit and entertain yourself, or you finna do shit that makes you happy. So you're not gonna be as stressed and as focused. But when you're losing or things are not going right, you're gonna be focused on all that shit. So my deal is like, man, look, you put people in a way where they can make money and be happy about the things that they're doing, feel fulfilled, like they have a purpose in what they're doing. You're not gonna be worried about a lot of the old shit that's going on. But
right. Mm-hmm. And I totally agree. And that's why, when some people play so hard on racism and stuff like that, I mean, I understand. I may not fully understand, what I'm saying, what the Black culture has been through and stuff like that. And I totally agree. I mean, I know I don't. You know what I'm saying? But as far as when it comes to slavery and things like that, it's like, come on now. I mean, you may go through racism and everything like that. Okay, cool. But slavery, you have not been through in a century. You know what I'm saying? So for people to go as hard as they do on it, sometimes it kind of does boggle my mind a little bit because I'm like, okay, you haven't experienced it. You know what I'm saying? Why are you taking it so personal? But then again, I understand. I mean, it's history and everything like that. But at the same time, like you said, you can't really hold that as being held back because there's too many, Black people that have succeeded in life. And I mean, there's living proof of that. Correct. You know what I'm saying? So you can't say it's, oh, well, this person held me down and blah, blah, blah. No, it's yourself. You know what I'm saying? And if you so happen to make bad decisions in the past, yeah, sorry, if you've been locked up or, depending on what you got locked up for, then yes, that might prevent you from, if you've got a felony charge or something like that, then that might prevent you from getting a good job. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. And that's for anybody.
Correct.
Maybe, you know what I'm saying, worse on the Black community than others. I mean, okay, I agree on that. I've seen, instances where it was like very unfair compared to the next person. You know what I'm saying? But it still can be done. You can still move up and move forward. You know what I'm saying? I know if I chose to and if I really wanted to put my mind to it, I wouldn't have to fucking work at no goddamn Domino's. But I'm at Domino's. I'm a manager. You know what I'm saying? And I guess I'm content with that. If I wasn't, I know I could do better.
You ain't finna settle for that. 2020, we getting your ass uncontent then. So if you know you can do better, if you know better, then do better. 2020, we on your ass, Miss Lady Licious. So we finna push you in the overdrive. I don't want to hear that. We finna be
listen, I'm pushing for it now. I mean, I might get my own store type deal. You know what I'm saying? But I mean, I'm happy where I'm at. You know what I'm saying? Like I said, I enjoy
Licious Pizzas. And you're gonna start your own brand. You're gonna have your own recipe. I don't know what your motto gonna be, but it's gonna be Licious Pizzas, the most delicious pizzas in the game. That's what it's about.
Okay. I'm like, hey. That sounds good to me. Motherfuckers will get that shit. I believe that. Hey, damn, I think I missed my fucking turn.
Mm-hmm.
Oh my God. Yo, my day, okay, so far my day has been good, right? And then ever since my ass closed the motherfucking store, I just been fucking up so bad.
You've been too excited.
Oh my God. I guess so, yo. I about dropped the motherfucking whole drawer, all the chains spilled out every fucking where, so I had to put that shit together. Then I fucking leave the store, make it home, and realize that I have the fucking drawer key in my goddamn pocket. Oh my God. Now I'm driving back to the store and I missed my damn turn. Oh my God. Yeah. I knew I shouldn't have took this fucking.
You got a woosah. Miss Lady Licious, so you're a manager. How many black employees work under you?
How many black employees work under me?
Yes.
Is that what you said?
Yes, ma'am.
Shit. It's pretty much equal.
Okay.
I think I have more black employees than I do white.
Okay. I mean, but if you just had a number, like how much?
At this store.
How much would you guess if you just had a number?
You said what?
If you just were to throw out an estimate, how many would you say?
Shit, I say probably about 65% of my store. Now, the other store that I was at, I say maybe about 45%.
Okay. So you're oppressing 65% of your employees.
Why? How you figure?
Yeah, well, it's because you're white. I mean, that's just the rules. It's automatically because you're white. You are oppressing the employees. That's how that works. I think.
Oh, that's so fucked up.
I think I learned. I think that's the rules. They hit me to the game. But
hell no, I feel like more like I'm helping shit.
But I'm just fucking with you. No, I absolutely don't believe that. Like I say, man, and I'm gonna tell y'all, man, it's a lot of stuff because again, personal experiences and things that have happened. I've told y'all, my own legal issues and opportunities that I'm given. That's what makes you realize that what it takes is economics. All this complaining about all this other shit, man. Start your own business. Give people opportunities, hire them, and allow them to see it firsthand that this can be done, that can be done, and let them carry that tradition on. But when you sit here and complain about it, or you do all this stuff, because trust me, we didn't even really dive into the black business aspect of it. Everybody knows somebody who then went somewhere and said, they paying me minimum wage, so I'm only giving minimum effort, or they don't pay me enough to do that, to do this. But then meanwhile, they wonder why people move up ahead of them in these businesses and these companies, because these people are going all out and giving everything they got. And now there are certain places where you can talk about nepotism and advantages and all that other stuff. But generally, when the playing field is even, it's the person putting in the work that is moving ahead, because that's who benefits the business the most. And so if this person willing to go above and beyond because they're thinking long term compared to, well, I'm thinking about what I'm getting right now, so this is all the effort I'm getting now, you fucking yourself over, man. And so that's part of the problem, man. So it's like it's a lot of layers to it, in my opinion.
Yeah, most definitely. You're right. You're definitely right. You're such a smart man. God, that is so sexy. Don't stop before I get in trouble. Anyway.
But yeah, that's what's happening. So again, like I say, I think that I think a lot of it is mental. I think a lot of the power that we give people is mental. Because we have these belief systems that have been set up and installed mainly by ourselves. And again, tonight probably won't be the night to get it. We'll have a conversation again. I'll get more into the business aspect, why things work the way they do, in my opinion, and I will take some calls on that. But yeah, I think that, like I say, man, it just is what it is, and I think you just have to change the way you think about it.
Right. Listen, it's about to be 2020. We finna start this forward movement. You know what I'm talking about? And let's make a change for real. You know what I'm saying? Like, motherfuckers been talking about it, and so many people have tried and gotten something accomplished. You know what I'm saying? It might not been much, but it's always been something. We have always progressed. And when I say we, that's everybody. You know what I'm saying? I mean, I can't just speak on the black culture or just the white culture because we as people, that's everybody. And I'm talking about we need to step it up. It's 2020.
I agree. I'm trying to hit a few million in 2020, so I got to get on my grind. I got a farm to buy.
Okay, you know, shit, they doing too much. Fucking got a recall on fucking salad and shit like that every other fucking month and shit. Like, what is going on?
Yeah, that's fucked up. My little favorite salads that I be getting from HEB. I went there the other day. Them hoes was just there wasn't nothing there. Like, damn, they got caught up in the recall. That's fucked up. You know.
Mm-hmm.
So, you know.
I'm gonna farm my own goddamn chicken.
Yeah, you know.
I don't know about having a cow and all that shit yet. You know what I'm saying? But
fuck that cow. You know, but I mean the cow. You got to keep the cow around for some purposes. I'm sure it serves some good. I'm sure it's a good investment. You can sell the milk even if you don't drink the milk. I'm sure you can sell it. People will buy the straight up cow milk.
All right. Have you ever tried real cow milk?
I've had fresh goat milk. I don't think I've ever had fresh cow milk. Not cow milk. Goat milk, yes, but not cow milk.
Oh, for real?
Was
it good?
I was real young. I don't remember, but it didn't seem bad. I wasn't tripping. So.
I don't know. I can't even say nothing because, like, I can't even drink whole milk like that no more. It's like 2% every time for longest.
Let me find out.
I can definitely tell the difference.
You lactose intolerant?
Well, I don't know. I might be. Shit.
If you lactose intolerant, then yeah, you black now. If you didn't get impacted by the black. If you lactose intolerant, yeah, you black. Miss Lady List officially has been elected in the racial draft. If she what's the motherfucking deal? Man up, man. You know, well, good to see you.
Man up. What's up?
Say big cows. I ain't fooling with brothers tonight, man. We go, man. It's some man. Oh man, I ain't gonna even get to that comment. It's some crazy stuff going on in the world today, but you know, if it make people money, I ain't knocking nobody because again, ignorance is bliss, and if people choose to be ignorant about things and people make money on it, like I'm not with just straight up scamming people. I don't think that's cool, but if you're getting into a field and you're trying to do something, you're ignorant about what you're dealing with, and then you know you take L's because of that. I don't think it's nobody's fault but your own because you should educate yourself before you go into into new fields. But
I ain't knocking nobody though. You know that. I mean, somebody got to do it. Shit, who else am I gonna get my fucking weed from later? You know what I'm saying? I mean, goddamn, if people stop selling, I ain't gonna have it.
They're gonna legalize that. Y'all it ain't on the ballot shit. You gotta go vote. You gotta tell your legislators. You need legalize that shit. So
we in North Carolina. North Carolina gonna be the last motherfucking state that's gonna fucking legalize fucking marijuana.
I bet you on that one. I think Texas is gonna outlast everybody. That's too much money right here on the border. Too much money yamping people up. I think Texas will be the last part. Mr. Kennedy, what
I
part
think we get it.
Mr. Kennedy asked, what part of North Carolina are you located in?
Fayetteville.
Cold world.
Yeah. That's fucking right.
Okay. What? SC passed it? No words. South Carolina? See? What's wrong with North Carolina? South Carolina got it right. That's what I'm telling you. I think Louisiana passed. I mean, there's a bunch of states that's surprisingly allowing some of these things. So Fayetteville is the ghetto.
They need to go ahead and do it. When Colorado first started it, that first damn year, shit, they made over like $1 billion fucking dollars.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Off of fucking weed.
But here's the thing. But Colorado was smart being early adopter because once these other states start legalizing it now, they're not going to get the same benefit because Colorado benefited from weed tourism. So what if it wasn't legal anywhere else? Well, shit, let's just go to Colorado, have a good time, we're going to get high this weekend, yada, yada, yada. Nobody going to fuck with us. Now, as more states are legalizing it, it's not as much of a novelty. So, yes, they'll probably make money off their own people in their states and things like that. But Colorado was smart by being the first, so they won. You know what I'm saying? They won on everybody. So it is what it is. What's the motherfucking deal, Miss Maribel? You said you got a solution for me to grow my beard? Man, look, it's going to be a struggle, man. I've accepted that I got a struggle beard, you know.
Yeah.
I got a
You
struggle.
know.
It's just, it's you know, it's in patches. But I like to think I'm doing something. You know what I'm saying? You know, I just be acting like, you know, I'm doing a little something. I'm scraping
I
the shit
think
out my
you're doing
skin.
good.
Hmm?
I think you're doing good. Like I said, I could never complain about the den. I mean, some conversations I might not be like, 100% on or really have too much to say. 'Cause I don't know, But I mean, shit, I learned a lot though. I ain't gonna lie. I mean, you have so many different perspectives from people, and it just blows my mind. But that shit, what Dakota said, that shit really blew my mind. I have never in my life heard no shit like that. I listened to everything that he had to say until that point. I was just like, what the in the damn hill?
I don't think that's the key. Be for real. If that was the case, when I was a younger man, I'd have had a much fuller beard. But those days have changed. I'm selective with my decisions. You can't eat at every restaurant, but
Okay.
a long-term situation, but still, that's a whole different conversation. But what do I think about men being jealous, Maribel? I think that's a female trait. A man should not be jealous. What are they jealous of, though? I think
What you being jealous of?
Yeah, somebody said, "What do you think about men being jealous?" And I don't think men should be jealous. I mean, there's no real reason, like, not to be jealous. There's just shit you go stand for, you're not gonna stand for. There's no jealousy. Like I don't know what it is that to be jealous about. But you said the art of shaving. I'm gonna check that out.
I'm jealous of your dread.
Well, everybody got a little dread in it. You know what I'm saying?
Your dread's longer than my hair right now, so I'm a little jealous and shit. I want to be able to flick my hair, but you won't do, you know what I'm saying? But that's okay. One of these days, I'm gonna catch you.
Okay, you might catch me slipping, man. It might be in the moment, not realize. So you said your man told you he doesn't trust you, and in what situation do you think? I mean, because I think lack of trust and then jealousy could be a different thing. Do you have a male friend or something like that you hang out with, male coworker or associate or something like that? Shelley Long Shelley Long is one of the women that want to get assaulted. You like jealousy in men, like you like craziness. You like men with female traits. That's not what's happening. I don't do the jealousy thing. Look, it's either you rocking with me, I'm not rocking with you at all. I mean, I'm not finna sit here and be mad and jealous. If I give you permission to do some shit, then go do it. I'm not finna ask you, but I'm not gonna call you. If I trust you, I trust you. If I don't trust you, I'm just not gonna deal with you. And it's just that it's that simple. Like, I don't have time to be jealous. I'm not gonna play the other side. Like, man, look, it's a billion fucking fish in the sea. I don't want the majority of them, but it's still the opportunities are there. If you want to go out and be on some shenanigans, do you, and I move on. Like I say, it's just. But again, it could be different depending on other relationships. If you have children and things like that, that makes that
dollar bills, y'all.
The fuck, a random sausage attack out of nowhere, a weenie attack. That's some bullshit, man. But appreciate the love, Anonymous. But goddamn, what kind of shit is this? But yeah, so I'm not with the whole. I'm not with the jealous thing. I'm not envious. I'm not jealous. I'm not. Like I say, it's like a switch, I'm gonna ask a simple question. Yeah, we're gonna resolve simple issues, but no jealousy. God damn it.
That's right. You gotta love yourself.
Yeah. So, yeah, and that's what I'm saying. I think again, I think that's a different dynamic. If you have kids, you can't just slide off. But again, now, I don't think it's jealousy if your ass is actually doing some shit. Then that's not jealousy. That's a regulatory situation that we have to rectify. We're gonna rectify immediately. and it's gonna be you, not the gentleman who's engaged in it, because you're the one that's made the commitment to me. If I have no issue with that man. The man is doing what a man gonna do. If you're the one that made the commitment to me, you're the one that needs to be handled. I'm not gonna get mad about no other man or anything like that. You know what I'm saying? So it's like, okay. But I think it's 2 a.m. Yes, by the time we're finna get ready to wind down. Is there anything else that's on your mind, Miss Lady Licious?
Not really. Hello, how you doing?
How you doing?
Well, good morning.
Kenneth Fitzgerald donated $5.
Yeah.
Look at yourself in the mirror and be
Sure about
jealous
that?
of your reflection. That's the only jealously tolerated LOL.
Oh.
Appreciate the love, kid, man.
You gotta let motherfucker feel good. You know what I'm talking about? Ew. That motherfucker talk about, you was 3. I was 3 at your age. Or something you fucking say. I don't even know. I was like, oh, okay, stupid shit for a second. Make me feel good.
Yeah, like I say, man, I'm just I don't do the jealousy and envy stuff, man. I'm quick to move on from shit like emotional investments. I don't have too much of those left. I'm emotionally invested in the den. That's where my emotional investments lie. As far as other shit, too much nonsense, too many losses, too many other things. Like I say, I don't. I mean, and it could be a problem, I guess. I mean, because you have to, if you are into something, you really enjoy something, then I mean, it's. I mean, it's a lot of ways you can look at it. Again, it's just me, but it is what it is. But Miss Lady, listen, we're gonna get ready to slide out of here. But I appreciate you calling in and to end the den on an up note, if you will.
You know what I'm saying? Got to, just a little bit.
Okay. Well, I thank you for that, and I wish you safe travels home, and I'll be looking forward to talking to you soon.
All right, y'all have a blessed one. I appreciate you as always. You have a great night.
All right, you too, Miss Lady. Thank you for calling.
Okay, bye.
All right, we're gonna wrap up on that one. Look, y'all been getting some extended dens lately. Look, I'm talking about 30 dens in 30 days. I ain't mean all the motherfuckers gonna be extended dens. Goddamn. So my deal is this. But I appreciate the love. Shout out to Kenny. Shout out to Anonymous. Shout out to everybody who showed some love this evening. Miss Brenda, good night. Leave Roman Daddy alone. So, my deal is this, man. Like I say, I left a Christmas gift from my male cousin at Trump Mags, bringing and asked me who's Alfonso. Yeah, I might ask questions, I mean, I don't think that's jealousy. Like, who the fuck is that? That's a legitimate question. I think you can inquire about things and not be jealous. I mean, don't be a fool. Well, if I ask her a question about that, am I being jealous? No, you just not being a fool. Who the fuck is this nigga? That's not jealousy. That's me needing some answers. Okay, if it's somebody you fucking around with you on some dumb shit, all right, well, I'm gonna holler at you. You can go that way. You can slide out, or I'ma slide, and it ain't no thing. Trust me, I told y'all the story 1,000 times. I took some losses. I cut a whole lot of people off, man. That K-Camp one ain't nothing to cut that bitch off. It ain't no lie, man. And again, you can say it could be a terrible way to be. But it worked for me. You know what I'm saying? Like, I think I found when you cut a lot of people off, you find other elements of yourself, and I think you grow in different ways. Like I say, had I not cut those people off, I don't think the den would have ever been a thing. Soft sports would have ever been a thing. I wouldn't have, again, like I tell you, this is probably the most open. Like, man, I've probably, no bullshit at all. Over the almost 3 years that the den's been going on, so I've probably talked more. The videos I have total on the internet as far as between the den and Soft Sports, and you can throw the Mixer crew in there too, but they don't last very long. I've probably talked more in these videos than I've talked in my entire life. Like, no bullshit. Like, I have friends that I chop it up, have conversation, but I mean, just as far as just never a real talkative person, much more of a listener, just kind of sit back and observe and just notice things. But all the videos from the den, from what all like this whole combination of activity is probably more. I have probably more talking on YouTube in the last 2.5 plus years than I probably talked in the other 30 something years of my life. That's ridiculous. But you know, my deal is you jealous of your blouse. What is going on? Okay. Let me see what you're talking about. You say, your lady paid a nigga $100 to detail the car that she met when we weren't together. You felt a way about her. She was jealous. Maybe it was a bad transaction. I don't know, depending on the vehicle, I guess. But no, I feel you. Look, y'all gotta stop with some of this nonsense. Look, I tell y'all, black women, I love y'all, but this whole black women are the most this, and this on earth, the most precious. I love me some black women, particular kinds of black women. Not all y'all. I don't like all that ratchetivity. I don't. Look, here, and here's the thing, right? Let me be hypocritical for a second. You know I gotta say some nonsense before we get up out of here, but I'm gonna keep it all the way real with y'all. I will fuck with a ratchet bitch. I will not commit to a ratchet bitch. I will not entertain the company of a ratchet bitch. I will fuck with a ratchet bitch. But I'm not finna spend time. I'm not finna have much conversation. Like, it's gonna be that kind of thing. But as far as if you plan on keeping my entertaining my opinion or my company long term, you gotta have some part about it. I mean, look, ratchet bitches look the way they look because that's kind of what they are. I mean, you can get mad at me. I've told y'all I'm slightly, I am misogynistic in several ways. I have no problem admitting that. But like I said, I got nothing but love for y'all. But I'm going to be honest. And the honest part about me is, I mean, look, I'm going to strap up. I'm not going to have no kids with no ratchet bitch. I ain't going to go raw in no ratchet bitch. But, and they look their way for a reason. And if I wasn't, then, well, it is. But that's it. That's the only visual I have. And I know we talk about all this stuff. I talk about family and all these other things. But I am still a man at the end of this. But as far as just all y'all are great mothers and all, there's a lot of trash. I mean, come on, we can't sit here and act like there's buku Brittany. When we were talking about Brittany Bowens and the whole situation with that, lots of people called in talking about they know people similar, that they know it transcends all races. There's no way you can sit here and say no, one race of people is all of this or one race of people is all of like. And in the same way you can't say it's all positive, the same way you can't say it's all negative. Individuals are who they are. But we love to make generalizations because it makes us feel better about us and our particular selves or whatever else it may be. Now, individual races have, individual situations that we may not be able to relate to certain white situations. White people may not be able to relate to certain black situations. They may be sympathetic to the situation. They may not be. It's not their job to be. I don't think it's my job to be sympathetic to, whatever problems Asians are going through. It's not my job, God damn it. Send me their yaki. You know what I'm saying? My bitch need a new ponytail. Y'all know I'm lying because I ain't down with that shit. But, whatever it may be. But all I'm saying is, like, I don't think it's the job. And I think that, we have problems. We all, the media, people want to push, we're all the same. No, the fuck we're not. We're not all the same. Okay? And that's okay. There's nothing wrong with that. Because when they try to make you all the same, they try to make you all think the same or respond to everything the same. That's what's really taking away your identity. It's not you being an individual. It's not you being, woke or any of these things. Be who you are. Be honest to yourself. And that's all that matters. Let me see. Respond to this last text with your emoji faces in it. Yeah, ratchet, look, hey, a little temporary ratchet. Ain't nothing wrong with it. I'm not to look. Don't be spending time. Don't be taking the ratchets out on day. Don't be taking the ratchets out in public. Look, you got like, what do they say, like the moped. Don't let nobody see you fucking with the ratchet. That's Netflix and chill action. you know, so there's that. Well, I mean, I don't think that is. I don't think it's just what you're watching. I mean, being observant and to pay attention to what is going on. You know, I don't think anything is wrong with that. You know, because again, you want to be aware of what's happening in your life and what's going on. You know, make sure people being honest with you. I don't think that's necessarily being jealous. I think it's being observant. I think jealous is when you're just mad about overly simple actions and things of that nature. But you know, I appreciate all of y'all. I fucks with all of y'all, man. Okay. They said talk about for 2 hours and driving. Okay. I didn't see that part. Yeah. I'm gonna leave that one alone. What y'all talking about? All right, we're gonna take their children on a trip to the lake. Oh man, we can get into. There's some stories we can get into. What the hell you talking about? Triple X size straps that you talk about. I don't know what y'all talking about. Y'all in here beefing. Shannon's in here. Shannon's terrible. Shannon is terrible. I should tell y'all why Shannon is terrible. I like Shannon, but she's a terrible person, and so I'm just gonna leave it at that. Then Miss Angela slid her ass up in here, did all that high capping, and ain't now y'all saw she came here the other day. She was talking all that shit to me about not responding to a particular text and all that, right? So I'm gonna talk about it real quick. Then we gonna slide out. Now I responded to Miss Angela's text today, you know, and you know she said she wasn't even worried about my response. She wanted to know who won the vote last night after our argument. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, but everything with women is a friend. Or, oh, that's like my brother. If women be like that's my brother, y'all some incestuous motherfuckers. Then some of y'all, I don't know what's going on. And I'm not saying your particular situation, but that's always been one that's been. That's like my brother. You know some weird shit. Then if that's like your brother. What the hell is you talking about? Black men, white wives end up looking like John Madden. Look, I don't know, man. Look, me, church got a mean for all the men who got white wives. What are you talking about? What are you talking about, Shelly Law? That's some odd stuff that you're talking about. Yeah, but that's my deal, you know. Ratchets are okay in moderation. You know, everything's okay in moderation, but don't go ratchet hunting, or you gonna catch it from a ratchet. So outside of that, folks, it's definitely time for me to take my ass to bed. I'm in here talking crazy now, and we'll be back at it tomorrow. Like I say, 30 days a den, and if you fuck with the sauce for whatever reason, 31 days of sauce. I am going to try to drop some short form content. I'm going to drop some short form content tomorrow. So look forward to that. But with that being said, again, I guess I should put this shit on here. Make sure you're following the proper social media. Ed Honcho HTX on Instagram and Twitter, because I don't use the Den Live one. Excuse me, anymore. And then which one? This right here. Click the right shit. Yeah. Ed Honcho HTX on Twitter. Ed Honcho HTX on Instagram. That's where I post all the den information, upcoming, whatever the stream is going to be about, information, and et cetera, et cetera. Didn't Show Live Facebook page. Like the Facebook page. There's a link to go join the private Facebook, closed Facebook group, whatever it is. From there, many Den folks in there, and we chop it, post crazy stuff, news stories, and then kind of respond throughout the day. So shout out to all of you who were there. I appreciate each and every one of you. I know somebody asked about the Patreon earlier, patreon.com/The Den Show. I'm gonna start taking. I got a couple of private podcasts. Got a couple of topics I want to put up there for the Patreon supporters. So I appreciate y'all. I got to finish putting this little acoustic phone shit up. I was supposed to do that today. I did not do it. But with that being said, I appreciate each and every single one of you. Whether you new to this, whether you true to this, you've been here for a day, or you've been here for years, whatever it may be, man. I thank all of y'all for being here. You could be anywhere else in the world. And I hope y'all enjoyed tonight's conversation. I did. I think there's still a lot more to talk about. But for now, we're going to move on because there's a couple other things I want to talk about this week. But until then, y'all be cool like y'all be cool. You ain't got to go home, but you got to get the fuck up out of here. I'm out. Shannon is a bad person. I'm hit you about that hard shaving, man. What's going on with that? Figure all that stuff out, man. That's the crazy stuff. Lady Licious, you don't get no pistachio. Let me see what I can do for you here. I'll slide some nuts in your account.